call this one Birthing Pains. We're going over the book of Matthew again. Throughout the book of Matthew, the book of Luke. Throughout the scripture, but anyways, so I'm gonna be the topic of discussion for this live stream. So, sorrows, which means birthing pains, right? So that's the beginning, the beginning, like a woman in labor. So that doesn't mean it's the end of the world. That means it's the beginning of sorrow, the beginning of a wave of things yet to become stronger, correct? So, again, tells us in the book of Luke, and there shall be signs in the sun and the moon and the stars, and on the earth there shall be the distress of nations with perplexity, and the seas and the waves will be roaring. So here we are. That's Luke. And yeah, I brought up this. Oh, I got put these animals in here. Snowing and windy out there. Animals want to come inside. Kittens coming in. There's one. Any other kittens coming in? Any other kittens? There's another one. You want to come in, Pander? Yes, your boy. Come in, big kitten boy. I don't like the windy. Banner. Go stay up here, Yasher boy. Yasher boy, come up here and lay down on the couch. Come here, Yasher boy. Yeah, let's see what let the big kitten in here. So come here, kittens. Leave him alone. Yasher boy. Lay down, kitten boy. There he went. There's a big guy. All right. Just come up here and lay down. Not you, big guy. All right, there you go. You're fine. I said, let the kittens lay down. Puppy says, all right, I'll come lay down with the dad. Oh, stop it. You guys are fine. You guys are fine. All right. Chillax. Dad's doing a live. Do not lay on the kitten. Oh, Pants, you lay right on the cat. You lay right on the cat. Come on, Tuggle. Get down for a minute, Tuggle. Get down. Pants, get down. Sorry. All right. Sorry, that dog likes to just jump up on the couch and lay on the couch. He just doesn't care. There you go, Panther. Lay down. I don't know what's going on with that dog. He's silly. So, okay. Don't seem to go on the destination. Well, hey, Panther. Don't go back there. Don't go back there. Lay down. I'm going to put you outside. There you go. Just warm up by the fireplace. Thank you. Sorry, we got to get the dogs off the couch. The cats will be fine. Have the dogs and the cats. We can do that in the morning, but they're all jumping, playing right now. Oh, you guys are silly. Should have left you kids outside, huh? It's pretty chilly out there, but remember, and the predestination only applies to the elect. Most people aren't going to like predestination because it doesn't apply to them. Predestination only applies to oligos, just a fraction of the people are predestined. Those he pulls from the darkness into the light. So we're all born of the darkness of the sin, but of the corrupt dust of this earth. But he only chooses his bride, and those are the ones that are predestined. Doesn't apply to anybody else. Well, predestined, it doesn't matter if you believe in predestination or not. Predestination is the term prohorizo in the Greek, meaning those that were predetermined for the horizo, or the light, what we call the light. The channel's name is predestination, right? Or predestined for light, but it is the Greek word for prohorizo, meaning to be predetermined for the horizon. Back at the time when it was written, like in the Greek, that meant the horizon is where the sunlight came from. The light came from there, and that was called the horizo, and that was the light. So that's why I call the channel predestined for light. But predestination applies to those he chose, that he predetermined. They were imprisoned in this darkness. It is the division of day and night, to be imprisoned, dark and light, and he pulls those from the darkness and the sin of this world into his light, into the horizo, to him. And that applies to his bride. So it only applies to the elect. It doesn't matter what people, I'm not trying to take away from what you said, but it doesn't matter what people believe. Predestination is the term for those that God chose. The one-time purchase that I speak of from the foundation of the world. He, even before the Old Testament was written, even before anything was written, remember he said, I knew you before you were in the womb. I set you aside as my prophet to Jeremiah. He said, I so loved Jacob, and who he later called Israel, and gave the inheritance, the kingdom, and he hated Esau before either one was ever born or had done anything on this earth. So he knows everything we're going to do, and he only wills it. Predestination only applies to those that love God and those he chose to love him. He says, if I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, that not one of them would. We are idolaters, and we tend to fall into the flesh and not into the word. And it's just our nature. So he chooses who he predestines to be his bride, and who he chooses to love him. Agape, 2 John 6, to walk and follow in the commandments of God. Remember, there's more sides to agape. It's not just loving him. And there's many commandments that he commands us to take up our cross daily, and don't be idolaters, narrow self, right? Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves. Self is idolatry. So that's the opposite of predestination. And those are the people he's going to send to hell. And that is most people, the abyss. So I listened to Jim from like 5 years ago. I'm not a big cyber, but wow, it's like, why me? That's beautiful. But I'm worthless to the next. That's happy, so horribly. All right. It's done. There we go. Yeah, Brother Jim is just, his very eloquent. His teachings are, he teaches the backbone of Grace and Truth Ministries is predestination. God creates all things. God wills all things. There's no such thing as free will. There's the agape. There's that 2 John 6, love, as he said to Peter. I'm not asking you, Peter, if you phileo me, if you have an affection for this or that. Some people like, iPhones. Some people like Android. Some people like Ford. Some people like, that means to have an affection for something, phileo. But he said, I'm not asking you if you phileo me, Peter. Do you agape me? And that means, do you love me? And that is his law. 2 John 6. Are you walking and following my commandments, Peter? That's what he was asking him. So he has commandments that he doesn't care about your affections of this world and the things of this world. There are commandments that we need to walk and follow after. Again, who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up their cross daily. So that's a commandment. Take up your cross. You're supposed to carry a daily cross. It's a spiritual cross. It's a, hey, kitten, stay down. Whether hyper tonight. But the cross that we carry is, it's all blotted out in handwriting ordinances in the book of Colossians 2:14. And once was written on tables of stone is now sprinkled on fleshy tables of our hearts with the blood of the Lamb and the price that he paid, the bride price for his bride. He once divorced his bride Israel, and he made a new covenant, a new testament, and there are commandments that we need to walk and follow in. And that is the testimony that he made, the testament, because he was the testor of that new living will. And that living will became valid when he predicted his own death. And as he was crucified on a tree, and he knew his exact death. And remember, it was so beautifully predicted that he predicted he would be the unblemished sacrificial lamb. And when they came to that lamb, the Lamb of God, the one who paid that bride price, he was already past, right? So he already knew. All things are written after the Father, and he creates all things. He makes that very clear in his book that he creates everything that ever was, everything that was ever written, everything that ever will be, everything not written. He creates good. He creates evil. He is the Alpha and the Omega. There is nothing that is not after the will of the Father. There is self-will, but it's not like God does not know what you are going to do. And even if you do self-will. So this is what is written from the foundation of the world. It's called predestination. The Apostle Paul spoke of it in the book of Romans 8:29, where he said, I also did foreknow. That is the word foreknow, is the word prognosko in the Greek. It means to have foreknowledge of. Once again, remember, from the foundation of the world. I also did foreknow who I did predestine. Those that I pulled from that darkness. Remember, those that were imprisoned in this sin, in this fleshy body. And I pulled them from their sin. I rebuked their hearts like you rebuked the apostle. Hey, wow, man, that's a little girl just beating up on the big kitty. She's tough. She was always. But remember, he's the one who rebukes our heart. We're born of this corrupt dust and this sin and this darkness. We're imprisoned in this flesh. And we have a cardinal nature. Remember, the Apostle Paul spoke of an outer man and an inner man. The outer man, that's the flesh. Man, it doesn't want to stop sinning. It just can't. He told us that. But Christ inside of us, he's blameless and he's spotless, and he cannot sin. And he is the anointed. He is the Christ. He is the Hamashiach. But he is the one that's inside of us. And that's why he tells us to circumcise that outer flesh and to cut it off. And Christ said that in the book of Matthew, who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves. So we cannot be that idolater. We cannot do that self-will. We have to follow after the will of the Father, and he commands us to do it. He's the one that makes us do it. We don't do it. If I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, they are so carnal and of the flesh, idolaters, that not one of them would. Not one of them would. So I'm going to call those that are in that. I'm going to call Paul. He was a mass murderer of Christians, a mass murderer. And he was a Pharisee, the one Christ was calling out of the synagogues of Satan. You do your works, the father of the devil. The Most High chooses who he wants. Probably remember, he got physical over taxes and fees in the church. You've turned my father's house into a den of thieves. Flips over goes over there, flips over the money changers' tables, whips the dove. People selling the doves. He got physical over, Matthew, the tax collector, is Apostle Matthew. When he rebukes our heart, he chooses who he wants. He pulls who he chooses to him. That's the beautiful thing about predestination. God says that there are vessels of wrath from the created, that he created those vessels of wrath from, once again, hashtag, from what part of the foundation of the world do you not understand? From the foundation of the world. And they were vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. And they created those that will have out their names called out in that book of life. If they're not blotted out, they don't become complacent. Just like he makes amendments when he was here, blotted out that handwriting of ordinances. But yes, he will call out those in those book of life, right? Those that oligos flock, that he says, fear not, oligos flock, right? the book of Luke, who shall ever be my disciple? It's a cutting off of self. It's a cutting off of the cardinal flesh, our outer nature. He doesn't do it. He chooses who he wants. He wills what he wants. There's no such thing as free will. There's only the only free sovereign thing without darkness that exists, because he pulls everything that he chooses from the darkness and pulls them to him, or he throws them in hell, the place of no knowledge. It's not rocket science. It's not even, you don't need to get a calculator to do that kind of math. He says in the book of Matthew, enter through the straight gate, for wide and broad is the path. Wide is the path and broad is the way. Yeah, it's their self-will, but free will. God has free will because he's sovereign. He's the one who wrote the law. But we're all under, the law. If you don't go by this law, you're going to be thrown in the abyss. I know that we're not under the law and he fulfilled the law, but there's a testament and we have to walk and follow in his commandments. So you can call it what you will, but the Old Testament was 613 laws, statutes, and commandments was the Jewish law, was it not? Hallelujah law. So he fulfilled the law, but so he abolished the law. So you can go, it was an eye for an eye, right? Somebody killed your sister, or you can go kill his sister, right? Her whoever it was, right? No, you can't do that. Remember the law, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. Can you go take and steal from somebody? No, there's laws that we still have to go by. People, too much lollipop, sweet, easy, other Christian, we were warned. Many will come in my name saying they are Christ, and they'll be deceived. I have studies here, some stuff I wrote down because I've been really studying the book of Matthew and going over Luke, because I know that it's just been calling out to my heart to, sound this message of, it's not the end of the world, but we are seeing this sorrows. The rider on the white horse has already been revealed. The seals, they're open. We're here. We're in that day. It's not, there's time. It doesn't end like that. We should be living every day like he's coming back. There is no rapture. That's not how it works. We'll all be here until the dead rise from the ashes and the dust. He calls his elect up into the sky. Yes, but we're supposed to be running towards him. He's our prize. He's the one that we go after. There is no other option for us. Remember, he calls us to do it. He rebukes our hearts. It doesn't matter who it is. He predestines who he wants. And some of us, we don't listen to what the world says. We don't participate in the world, the things that the world does, and they hate us for that. And we suffer because of that. But that's part of what the Apostle Paul, remember, we have to thank him for the book of how many books, did the Apostle Paul write? There's all this issues with Paul, but hallelujah, Paul, for all the I also did foreknow who I did predestined, conformed to the image of Christ, those that would walk and follow in his commandments and do what he did in this day and age in their flesh, because it's a spiritual, it's a spiritual walk. It's a spiritual death that we're supposed to die daily, death to self, die daily cross. It's an everyday cross that we're supposed to bear. We can't get up off of it. We can't just go do this one day a week, one stop shop. I believe Jesus. That's not the real Jesus. That's the Nimrod Christmas orgy Jesus. That'll offend a lollipop Christian if you tell them that, because they don't know about the Saturnalia and the Feast of the Yule. They celebrate the Mass, the eating of the flesh of Christ, the crackers and the grape juice ritual, brought on to you by that Roman Catholicism. Roman Catholicism is Christmas. That is blasphemy. That's the celebration of birth, and that's vain and vanity. And he tells us not to celebrate traditions. He tells us that in the book of Jeremiah. Learn not the ways of the heathens, for their traditions, their customs, their celebrations, their vanity, their vain, they're worthless to him. We're not supposed to celebrate. He tells us to be better to celebrate our birth, our death than our birth. So what do people know? They mourn at death and they celebrate birth because they're pagans. All these people who call themselves Christians or Catholics or Protestants or Baptists or Southern, or I don't care what kind of label. You don't have a label. Remember, the Apostle Paul told us that we're not supposed to put labels on our, that's not what he's, oh, man. I got notes for some of this stuff, guys. I've just been going over and over this again. It just, we're here. It's a beautiful time to know that this earth is the evil will be removed from this earth. It's his promise that he will take all the evil from this earth and he will create a new earth and a new heaven. Hallelujah. So there has to, don't hold on to this world, brothers and sisters. Remember the parable of Lot's wife, because she looked back, turned to a pillar of salt, right? Not. But anyways, ask your pastor or priest or deacon or reverend that. Ask him that question. Hey, was Lot's wife turned to a pillar of salt? Like literally, I've seen pictures of her like turned to salt. Well, he'll tell you she was turned to salt. I'm pretty much sure about 97% of your priests, pastors, deacon, reverends, chaplains, whatever kind of label they want to put on themselves or whatever, but they'll tell you that Lot's wife was turned to a pillar of salt. So pretty sad. They don't study the text and understand that, there's lots of translations and there's idioms and there's cultures and customs, and people don't speak the same dialect, glossa tongue, in today, so that's why there's been such the whole perversion of tongues. No such thing as speaking in tongues. Who are those? Those are the Pentecostals. Don't they do the tongues speaking and speak? Whoa, he said that you always overcome by the Spirit, blah, blah, blah. Nonsense. Just silliness. People have no studying of anything. They just believe whatever these talking heads, these 501c3 heads say. The one that's going to tell you you were warned. Remember, they'll look like sheep. They'll here, let me go over something. There's some of this. It's all throughout the scripture. I was going through Matthew, and I just kept. It's throughout the scripture. We were warned. So watch and be ready. Remember, even Jesus said, "Beware of wolves in sheep's clothing." Right? He warned us about wolves in sheep's clothing. They'll look like a sheep and they'll talk like a sheep, but remember, they're a wolf in sheep's clothing. So that's something that he made pretty clear. Apostle Paul in Thessalonians 2:3, he says, "Let no one deceive you by any means, for that day that the Lord will come, unless a great falling away come first, and that the man of sin be revealed, and the son of perdition, or the Antichrist." So remember, it's talking about that. Let no one deceive you by any means on that day, the day of the Lord. That's the day of the seventh trumpet, where the seventh seals open up. And that will come unless a great falling away. And that's a great falling away from the aletheia, the truth, the gospel, the true doctrine, all this other gospel that the Apostle Paul warned us about. He said there will come preaching another gospel that I didn't preach, and speaking of another Jesus. So even the Apostle Paul, this is written throughout scripture over and over. We were warned about, where does it talk about? Let's see where else I was going through this. Because even it's part of these birthing pains. Again, I was talking about all the different, where, remember, when his apostles were asking him about the end of the when he comes, it's obviously going to be at the end of the age. That's what they talk about. When you will come, it would be at the end of the age, right? And brothers and sisters, I hope you pay attention to these celestial markers that I've told you about, because the whole world is sleeping and does not understand that we've already entered into this 12,000 year, extinction event, sixth extinction event. This is part of this cycle. This has to be this way. This doesn't get better from here. To try to fix this, is nonsense. You need to fix your own house spiritually above all. Be wise. Make sure you got an extra oil so you have enough to trim your lamp back and still be burning bright and not be going in the wrong direction when he returns. You know, being one of those virgins that was foolish and the door got slammed, and that's exactly, because remember, there is another wedding that is the same thing. We're here again. This is all very cyclical in nature. It is the same thing that he spoke about, the I will go and prepare a place to where my Father is at, another proof of predestination right there, that beautiful revelation that he gave us of that he was going to go just like a bride with, tarry. And at the time, the contract of the wedding between the bride and the bridegroom of the time of Christ, this was very formal. You had to go to a public place and declare this in a public place and have your contract, your bride. It was a bill of marriage, and that had to be nailed to a tree and declared, nailed with the stake on the top and on the bottom. And you had to have two witnesses declare that bill of marriage so that you would go by all the, it's beautiful. It's beautiful because I love predestination. It's the backbone of this ministry, High Desert Grace and Truth. Just a mirror teaching of Brother Jim. So if you're not following Brother Jim, we're going to take a pause for the cause here. If you're not following Brother Jim and you do love predestination, it's such a beautiful thing to know that he said, I created vessels of wrath fitted for destruction and vessels of mercy. Right in what I'm saying, those that will have their names called out at that wedding feast of the lambs, because he divorced his first bride, Israel, but he said there's going to be a new bride, and he's going to go and he's going to tarry, just like that contract and all the formalities of that time. Hallelujah. That the bride would tarry, and the bridegroom would prepare a place, or the bride would prepare a place. The bridegroom would prepare a place for his bride. And that's what he said. He's going to come back and pick up. That's what predestination is his bride, those that will have their names called out in the wedding feast of the lambs, in that new wedding, in that book of life, which is the Lamb's book of life, correct? On the ones that he paid that bride price for. As remember, I said, he nailed himself and made a contract, a new covenant with his new bride. Remember, he divorced his bride for celebrating these traditions of men that people celebrate today and say it's okay in these churches. Same thing. Synagogues of Satan, same traditions of men being performed today. No different. It's the same. I've read this enough. I've studied this enough. Remember in 70 AD, Christ spoke about this. I have this. Remember, it says about no stone will be no stone. Remember how big the stones were of the temple before they had rebuilt the second temple. They were massively stones, and he talked about no stone being left upon another. And he was right. He fulfilled all the things that he said that he was going to do. It's so beautiful. People take and make this about religion, and they miss so much that he talked about, that he fulfilled that. And again, now we're back at this same time. I speak of this. You guys, 70 AD, the temple was destroyed. 79 AD, we were in that celestial gas giant alignment. This whole weakening in this magnetosphere, all these other things, these other markers, these other things I keep trying to get you to pay attention to so you understand. These all have the same thing to do. We're just back in that same time again. Guys, this law is going to be destroyed. It's going to be, remember, he says, when I return, no one will know my law. No one will know my authority. No one will know my love. No one will know my agape. No one will know my name. No one will know my Shem. That's what it said. Well, no one will know my Shem. But in your Motel 6 Bible or whatever, your Milky Bible, it's going to say no one will know my name. But name meant Shem or authority. Like Noah had 3 sons, Ham, Shem, Japheth. Shem meant authority or law or agape, 2 John and 6. So he says, when I return, no one will know my name, and I will make a new name. So he's made amendments
He's done it before. He paid that bride price to make an amendment with all flesh, brothers and sisters. That is the most beautiful part about the gospel. And that I feel so blessed to be able to share, and all glory to him, because it's all about him, and he's the one who's led me to do this. It ain't me doing it, but he's the one who's led me to this gospel to make sure that I understand the coming of the good news, and I can speak it in terms that a simple man or a simple woman can understand. He didn't speak with marbles in his mouth. God used to only allow two houses into his kingdom, the house of Aaron and Levite, and all the other law. You were a Gentile. It didn't apply to you. But he nailed that to the tree, brothers and sisters, with his own flesh, just like they nailed that contract between a bride. That contract had to be nailed to a tree or a stake in a public place. He nailed himself top and bottom, and they stuck him like a pig and plucked his beard out of his face and smashed a crown of thorns into his skull. And it was, oh man, the suffering he went through for all flesh, brothers and sisters. And he's just not allowing that house of Aaron and Levite now. All houses he doesn't care. Remember, Paul was a mass murderer and a Pharisee, and Paul was and Matthew was a tax collector. God chooses who he wants, and he already chose that from the foundation of the world. It's very simple. God chooses his elect. God chooses his bride. I come as his message reading this over and over, warning of that understanding about this amendment he made in blood, in price, to make a new testament, a new living will and testament. And again, in order to make that living will valid, remember I was telling you, the beard plucked from his face. When they came to most people most priests and pastors and deacons and reverends, they don't study crucifixion. They don't study Roman torture. They don't know what they did to Christ. They don't know how he was hung on a tree, and they think he literally carried a cross. And that's such blasphemy, because he didn't carry a cross. He was hung on a tree. He was yoked, and his feet were nailed to a cleat, and he was positioned back where the only way where somebody being crucified could be get a breath of air would be raise up on your nailed feet, that were nailed, and your hands were nailed. So you were stretched back where you had to raise up to get air to come into your lungs. Otherwise you were so compressed that you couldn't get air. So you had to literally raise up. And when it came to finishing somebody off, they'd leave people out there too. They would come up and they would break your legs. So you couldn't raise up on the balls of your feet. And I know I could go into almost any church anywhere in the world, and they don't know that. And they literally think he carried a cross. And it is what it is, brothers and sisters. But look, he paid a price, and he doesn't care what flesh, Jew, Gentile, man, woman, devil, he pulls whoever he wants to him. He does it. It's not us. And that's the beautiful part about the teaching and the blessing of this that I've been blessed with. I might not have the things that I want in my life, but this is something I should have never been gifted. So I try very hard to take this responsibility that he's given me to share predestination with people, to understand that he created sheep and he created goats, vessels of wrath, vessels of mercy. And this was already written from the foundation. # from what part of the foundation of the world do you not understand? This was already something that he has written before this was ever created, any of this. So before there was a New Testament, he knew he would make a New Testament. As he said, before he comes back, he will make a new law when he comes back after he destroys this place with fire. It's a continuation, brothers and sisters. But when we're under this testament and the amendments he made, we need to be meek, wise. We need to be patient, kind. We need to take up our cross and be persecuted by the world, because we will not participate in all these vain traditions of men, the celebration. We should never be teaching our kids birthdays. That is, and you don't celebrate birthdays, and you go around telling people don't stop selling birthdays to these kids, and they're going to tell you something's wrong with you. What are you? They'll put a whole bunch of labels. It doesn't matter what religion they call you, because they're all heathens, and most of them bring in that vain, the worshiping of Grove and Al and Moloch, and throw your kids in the fire and eat them, all that, well, eat your kids. Remember, Krampus ate his kids, and the Yule, throw the Yule, like the ewe, the sheep, the baby ewe, the baby lamb, throw that. That's such blasphemy. He's the Lamb of God, brothers and sisters. This is where our eyes should be at. And these people, they want to celebrate all these other things and even try to tell you that the birth date of Jesus is on the birth date of the orgy sex king God, the light God, Apollyon, the one that the last, or well, really the current, if you're paying attention, they're a bunch of actors, but he has his whole house decorated with the sun god, Mithra. The orgy sex Jesus is what I call him, because that's who he is. The Antichrist Jesus is what he is. If you think about it, how's that a thing? Well, that's not the true. We were warned by the Apostle Paul, they will come preaching another gospel and another Jesus. So wouldn't that be the Antichrist Jesus, the one they celebrate on the birth date of the sun god when Christ was born, when the sheep were in the pasture? So he surely couldn't have been born on that date. There's not a chance in the abyss he was born on that date, because, there's no way. Not a chance in the place of no knowledge. Absolutely not. He was born when the sheep were in the pasture, and the sheep go up in the months of October, November, and December in Israel. Or, you do a little bit of research. See, nobody wants to do, they want to make it a big religion, and they miss all the good parts of the historical and the biblical record, and they don't use any tools that God has given them on this earth to find these truths. So it's not up to me. God chooses who he predestines. They are his elect. They are his chosen. But the beautiful thing about the elect in this case is it's not just the house of Aaron and Levite, brothers and sisters. Let's get back to, there's got to be some good silver lining in this. The good news is, brothers and sisters, is he chooses, but it's not something we choose. It's something he has already chosen from the foundation of the world, but it's such a blessing to know that he's not gonna, because I understand the Father. I mean, I think about it a lot on why he so loved Jacob and hated Esau, the Edomites, all that, before they were even born or done anything on this earth, because there's always been this Canaanite, apostasy, this fallen type of, where he already is taking care of this time and time again, but we just tend to have this nature to want to rise above and try to be, gods, when all we'll ever be in this flesh or whatever, it doesn't matter, is little deity gods or whatever. And, and we can make up all the things we want in our own flesh and spin all these wild stories and twist and pervert almost everything on this earth. But remember, he says, heaven and earth shall perish, but my word will never die. So it continues to reign, brothers and sisters, and it will. And that's the beautiful thing about, too, is knowing that because his flock is so small, it doesn't take that many in the end of these days to come to his aletheia, for him to pull those. He's been so patient and so kind. And I'm not putting dates on this, because actually, if you start looking at dates, and remember, it says nobody knows the day or the hour, of the coming of the second coming of Christ, but remember, he will give us signs in the book of Genesis, in the stars and the sun and the moon, again, it says, again, there will be, in the book of Genesis, it tells us that those are for times and for seasons, and that the signs would be there. That he even said of the second coming, his second coming would be in the heavens, in the stars. So these markers are celestial markers to tell us time, what times and seasons, so most people don't pay attention to any of these things. Jehovah's Witness. Yeah, it's a bring up. Yeah, there you go. Well, Jehovah's Witness, like I said, I can't honestly, I don't know who said that. There's really, I couldn't give you one. Calvinism, they teach predestination, but they think children go to hell, and that doesn't make any sense. And I kind of understand where they're coming from, but that's not the way it's written. They believe because we're all born in the dust that, children need judged too. But how does a child that's never sinned and known that it's committed any sin, the age of accountability is ever turned on in its head. That's not sin, even if it was born of the corrupt dust. That why remember if that was not true, this like Calvinism, that's silly. There's no comparison to what Brother Jim teaches, what I teach to Calvinism. Yes, we teach predestination, but Calvinism is a whole different, they've taken it to the extreme, and they don't use things as such as, remember, he said when he was here on this earth, he said, bring that child to me, right? And then he said, you must be like a child to return to the Father, right? So there's a point of innocence in our life where we're not, as a baby, you're not sinning, that's nonsense. So what they think babies go to hell, and that's insanity. I don't understand that the Calvinists are blind as a bat. That's they don't take anything into consideration. The fact that we have a still voice inside our head that's called the Ruach Hakodesh, the Holy Spirit. And at one point in your head, it does turn on, and you hear it, and it starts telling you the difference between right and wrong, and when something you should do something or not do something. And it's been there with us all along, but Disney likes to mock it and call it your conscience or Jiminy Cricket, just like they mock our Messiah because the Shiloh sign, and call Lion King, when it's he was the lion from the tribe of Judah, and the whole scepter sign and stuff. It's just blasphemy in this world. The devil and all these daemonions, these little g gods, principalities, powers, they're all run this spiritual darkness, of rulers of the darkness of this world, the spiritual wickedness. They run all this holly, throw your children in the fire, eat them, all this Hollywood and celebration of the Yule wheel, and all. It's all their pagan rituals or pagan festivals. Is rampant throughout television. It's rampant in Hollywood. They get away with it because it's not. This isn't God's world. This is Satan's world. This world was given unto Satan, and he gets to rule here and reign here until God takes that reign from him and takes the evil from this earth. We live under this testament. That's why we're supposed to walk and follow his commandments. Love our enemy like we love our neighbors. It's not an eye for an eye. He says, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. He made New Testaments, you covet another man's wife, it's adultery. He started making amendments when he was here in the flesh. So there is these things that we must walk and follow in this world that we live in. And unfortunately, it's not easy because most of the people love this vanity, traditions, capitalism, celebration, borders, races, walls, it's just, remember any wars is they love this beast system. They love war, and they love at this point, and I'm guilty. I chose, it was a volunteer military. Nobody sent me to war. I didn't have to do, that was something I volunteered, but it is a volunteer military still today. But thanks for coming in, Levette. Good to see you again. But these people, people love, voting for. And I think about it, they love voting for mass murderers. They call them a president now, or these dictators. People revel after you get to be the president, and you get to be excused to go kill people, right? I mean, how many ordinances have these presidents dropped on other countries and been responsible as the commander in chief? And so, see, they're mass, they're. Yeah, they are. I don't even want to say it again for the algorithm. Should have probably said it the first time, but yes, they do. And they get a ticket. And then people think, those people are, that's crazy. That's insanity. So none of this stuff that we do, I think, is righteous anymore. We're not focusing on reality. We're on God, and it doesn't matter. I'm not trying to change it anymore. I know it's all just going to come down. All this is going to come apart, and I just need to make sure that I keep going and declaring the good news, the coming of the King, like I do, and keep showing you that these daemonions, these distributor lies and fortunes, they keep putting it in your Hollywood and in your television and in your stupid bull halftime shows, and they keep showing and playing these words out because this is the devil's word, and he has to make every jot and every tittle come to pass that's in that book, and God created evil. So he's going to make evil do all those things that it says in that book. and evil is going to do those things that God makes him do. God is pulling the devil's strings. God is pulling everybody's strings. If you ain't figured that out, somebody's always, maybe somebody down here is pulling on somebody's strings down here, but there's always somebody at the top, you know, the one that's sovereign, free, the only one that has free will, you know, and that's the one that's without darkness. And so if he wills all things, then he knows what's going on down here. And, you know, I don't try to change it, but it's difficult to live in a time when you don't see people being wise, and most people are being foolish, and they're doing the things of this world. And Christ, again, he didn't do the things of the world. And that's why they condemned him. That's why they stuck him like a pig, bled him out, you know, hung him, nailed him, did the things they did to him, because he wasn't going to, he hung out with a prostitute, remember, a mass murderer, a tax collector. He ate wheat on the Sabbath. He wouldn't go by their perverted, you know, law that they had translated out from the Hebrew to the Aramaic, and he wasn't going to go by that perversion. And there's times that he did too, didn't he? Remember when he water baptized himself, you know, when he had John baptize him and he baptized John, he did that to go by their traditionary, or their, not their traditionary, but their oral halakha that they had perverted. So they'd have to listen to him, you know, so he was wise, and with all things, so multifaceted with what he did. But there was one thing he for sure did when he came here. He made sure that he was clear that people were not following his law, you know, and people had perverted it and changed it and twisted it. And so the same thing's happening today. So I don't feel, if the Apostle Paul says, I also did foreknow who I did predestined to conform to the image of Christ, well, then I have to do that. I have to be in opposition to this law. I can't serve two masters. He tells me that. He can't serve mammon, and he cannot serve mammon and God, correct? So, no. Thanks for coming in again. First, so I have to be in opposition of this law. Pretty soon it talks about, guys, I was going through again of all these, remember, there's all these birthing pains in scripture. It talks about sorrows and going into these birthing pains and all the different signs that we're going to see. And, you know, I was talking about earlier about one of the biggest things about, you know, all these, I guess what they call themselves, preachers or pastors, but they're all just wolves in sheep's clothing. You know, they, you know, they look like a sheep, or they, like, you know, smell like a sheep, but they're still a wolf. You know, they're just wearing sheep's clothing. And many of them are up in the pulpit, you know, and he warns us, because remember, again, they were talking about this. They, you know, his apostles were asking him about what it's going to be like, you know, when he returns, to the second coming of Christ. And they were talking about this, at the end of the age, because that's what they were talking about. And remember, what was the very first thing that he said to him? Not the time where he's talking about, where that was a different time, where he said it'd be like the days of Noah, right? And, you know, where men would be drinking and partying and marrying and building and giving unto marriage and doing, you know, all the things. And it came upon them like a thief in the night. Not then, when it was there was 4 apostles. I can't remember. I think it was Peter and Matthew and Luke, and I don't want to misquote that, but there were the 4 apostles, and they were asking him, and they had asked him about what it would be like at the second coming of Christ. And remember, he said, be sure, you know, that no man deceive you. They were asking for a sign. What would be the sign at the age of the coming of, you know, at the age of Christ, of the second coming, at that ending of that age? Because they knew he had already told them it would come at the end of the age. So we've already seen that, brothers, sisters, you know, and that sign, all these particular signs, these are things are already happening, whether people realize it or not. The problem that I've discovered most of the time throughout my, you know, in the last 20 and 30 years is, once we see one of these signs and everybody wants to declare it's the end of the world. And that's not how this works. That's not how birthing pains work. It's anybody who's ever had a child and has a woman, or maybe if your wife or has had, you know, you have a child and you've seen your wife have labor, then you understand what that, especially if a lady's had it, knows what I'm talking about. You know, the experience of it, the contractions, and then going into the labor, and then that intensifying, and it going in waves, and it comes stronger and stronger and stronger. So that's what we should expect. I really don't hear many people conveying that word, and it's in his word. I already said it. I have it. Again, it talks about that, that there'll be signs in the sun and the stars and the moon. This was Luke 21 and 25, where he says that there'll be, let me get back here. Yeah, I was going over this. I just can't stop getting this out of my head because, and there should be signs in the sun and the stars and in the moon, and upon the earth a distress of nations. And we see that wars and rumors of wars with perplexity, and the seas and the waves will be roaring, So waves, there we are again with waves. And I've talked to you throughout, throughout scripture. I just keep seeing this. And I believe this event, you will hear of wars and rumors of wars, but see that you are not alarmed. Such must happen. By the end is still to come. So it's not there. See, he tells us that right there in the book of Matthew 24 and 6. And I'll read into chapter 8, where it says, you will hear of wars and rumors of wars, but see to it that you are not alarmed. Such things must happen, but the end is still to come. So right there, he's saying this is not the end. Even when you see these things happening, this is not. It says nation will rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom. There'll be famine and earthquakes in various places. All these things are the beginning of birthing pains. So it's throughout scripture. I just keep reading it over and over. I find it throughout. And so I know this is this is the time. This is the time where we need to be. These are part of the birthing pains. Remember in Timothy, Paul was talking to Timothy in Timothy 4. He says, now that the Spirit expressly says that in later times some will depart from the faith. They will apostatize, giving heed to deceiving spirits and doctrines of daemonions, of devils. So, you guys, this is this other Jesus that I keep trying to warn you about. It's so rampant. All these things that we see in this book, I'm not picking an end of, I'm not a date picker like that, but I know when I keep reading the scripture, and I'm going to tell you that we're in this time now where, again, that the sign of Jonah, where I've given you, the evil and adulterous generation will look for a sign, and the only sign they'll be given is the sign of Jonah. And I tell you again about, the Honga Tonga. And then I recently show you how these daemonions who, I say, remember I tell you in the works, it says you must be, God tells us we're going to figure out in this, as is above, so is below world where we live, where it's the devil's playground. He says we must be as esteemed, as the potter's clay. We must turn their works upside down. So we have to, these things are not on, we have to turn them on their face, and flip them upside down, because the devil works like that. He inverts everything. He takes everything and mirrors it. He does it through gematria. That's the Janus side of the devil here, being to get to mirror Christ. He doesn't come back again looking like some, people even still as grown-ups, that whole devil on your shoulder, the little red devil in tights with the pokey tail. That's not how the devil works. He's a master and wise. Remember, he tells us that you must be wise as a serpent. Why does he tell us to be wise as a serpent? Because you better know your enemy. Let me tell you that. I don't like that. I'm a veteran. I've been a veteran, but you better know your enemy, because your enemy probably knows you, and that's how I tell you, this is how this is going down. This devil gets to make sure that every jot and every tittle that's written in that book comes to pass. They have to do it. They have to get Christ to come back. That is very simple. I already made that very clear. To get Christ to come back, they have to make every jot and tittle come back. He is the one who comes back and gives that key to the angel who lets that restrainer, when it's lifted, the devil will rise out of the pit. The Antichrist will be revealed. So there's there's a time and a place, so they have to make all these things come to pass. So that's what he's trying to remind us in here, to not be, don't get overly, like when he says in the book of Jeremiah 10, be not dismayed at the ways of the signs of the heavens, for the heathens are dismayed at them. Do not be dismayed when I try to point out these celestial markers to you, brothers and sisters. I'm not trying to cause you to have fear or dismay. These are markers he's left for us, for those that are wise, as the Apostle Paul told us. Christ said that nobody knows the day or the hour, not the angels in heaven, not even Christ himself. Only the Father in heaven knows that, when that seventh seal, when that actual day will happen. But also remember, there will be signs in the heaven, and the Apostle Paul told us that you will see that day approaching. Okay, you'll see it coming. There will be, remember, I'm trying to tell you, there are so many signs that there will be an approaching of this day. We're not going to know the exact day. I would never even try to pick that. That's like try to be an economist and try to pick the top of a market. That's ludicrous. You can't do that, but either way, what I'm trying to show you again through scripture, is he's telling us, is that, we need not to be in fear that all these things are going to have to come to pass, and that there's time. Go back and read scripture about how much time there really is left. Realize that this ain't over yet. You better hang in there, like this thing I keep trying to explain to you about, this marathon that we must endure to the end to be saved. He tells us that, the word sozo. So we have to go through this trials and tribulations. Those are his bride. Those are the ones he chose, the ones that are willing to suffer. Remember, he tells us again in the book of Matthew 10 and 34, at the end of that scripture 39, he tells us, those that are willing to give up their life, go through suffering, and if so, die, not literally, but a spiritual death for my name's sake. Now, I want to talk to you about that as well, because one of these birthing pains, they come in sequence, brothers and sisters. They come in a sequence of remember, I told you, waves. And one of them is, if you remember, when we get further into, I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but if you remember, they start out with, these things start out slower, and there's going to be, what is it? I'm trying to go through and count. There's six different birthing pains, signs that we see, that we'll end up seeing these 6 signs or waves of these birthing pains. And the first is the deceptions. In verse 4 and 5, we're going to live through a world in which the spiritual religion deception, there'll be a lot of, false teachers, false distributors of fortunes, distributors of lies, demonic activity, and they'll deceive people. And that's what I'm saying. Remember, that's what Christ said. He said, take heed that no man deceive you, right? This is a warning. And when he says take heed, that is a calling out for Christ right there, that he's trying to send you a warning. If Christ says take heed, you know what I'm saying? You better listen when he says take heed. So, he says take heed that no man deceive you, and I told you that's what his apostles, when they asked for the sign of the second coming of Christ, it's very important that at this time, Christ's going to let, the devil go out, and it talks about all the false preachers and teachers. I told you they're rampant in the churches. They have a Jesus. They have a baptism, but it's not, remember, that's not a baptism. A baptism is in blood, and all this is spiritual now, but they have all this. It looks just like Christ. It acts like Christ, but that's just a wolf's in sheep's clothing. You'll know if it's Christ. If you test these things against the word, brothers and sisters, that's what you need to always do. Take everything and test it back to that aletheia. Like I've told you, bring it back to the cultures, customs, all the idioms, study all those things, take it back to the definition, get your lexicon out, pull it out one word at a time if you have to. He will show you the truth. Asking, you shall receive. Seeking, you shall find. Knocking, I will come sup with you. He tells us that. If you seek that aletheia, that truth, he will show you it. It's in that book. All the answers are through studying, you know. Um, I'm just a messenger. I'm just somebody here to declare the message of this. It's throughout, guys. It's in his scripture. All glory to God. He keeps, again, but these birthing pains are something we're going to go through, guys. Remember, this is very important. Um, uh, Remember, we have signs such as it talks about famine and pestilence, and again about wars and rumors of wars. And then it tells you, remember, that these are the beginning of sorrows. Christ even said that himself, guys. Please heed his word. It is him that reigns in me. It's him that's telling you these words. He said, remember, that this is the one we hear about the most. It says that there'll be famine and pestilence, earthquakes in various places. And all these things are the beginning of sorrows, and sorrows is birthing pains. So Christ told us to watch for this, brothers and sisters. This is what he told us to watch for. Okay, so this is why he keeps calling out to me, because I keep going through and reading. I keep telling you guys, I keep going back and reading Matthew and Luke and going and studying and keep going back on some of this stuff. I keep going back when he was, I can't stop help but think, because I feel like I'm sinking. And I'm sinking on this water, and I'm in these turbulent times. And I remember when he had, his apostles, he was out there in the waters, and he called Peter out there. And I feel like I'm Peter sometimes in life, guys. I'm just so overwhelmed by this. And he says, it's almost bringing tears to my eyes. He says, "Be comforted. I am." And I keep going. So I've just been so much going back and reading it, because I have to find that comfort right now. I don't have it. I mean, I appreciate coming in here and churching with you guys and being edified and giving my chance to spread the good news of the coming of the King and all this, decodes I do. But my comfort right now lies in that word. And so I keep going back and I keep reading this. And so I keep discovering, like, holy smokes, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. This is him revealing these things that are in the word that he tells us. Seek and ye shall, seek and ye shall find, ask and ye shall receive. And so, it's taken me a long time to get to this point, but some of these things I've known for so long, and now just to see it and we're here, it's just so edifying. It's so hard when it's such a hard thing too, when you see the whole world trying to fix and save the world and hold on to this, when I know this all got to go. This all got to go. He's going to make a new heaven and a new earth. This is not something, again, I'm not saying that, we can't repent and turn from our ways, but, the first seal has already been opened, brothers and sisters. We've already seen the rider on the white horse. I'm not a prophet. I'm not claiming to be anything like that, but I've seen these celestial markers, and I know very soon that red horse is going to be revealed, and that is going to, where men are going to turn against men, and it's going to get rough. It's going to get it's going to get rough, and but we got to find our solitude in the word. That's where we need to find our place of rest, our tabernacle, or it should be there, our house, or our temporary. We're only here for a moment in time, and we need to set up a place of worship so we can edify and glorify and lift up his name and glorify the coming of the King, and just keep sounding that trumpet, keep sounding the good news. Hallelujah. The King is coming. The heavens have declared it. Psalms, 19, the firmament declares the handiwork of of God. It's all up there right above our heads. All these markers and these things that I keep telling you about. I've marked my body with these markers, guys. It's so important to me that I have some things that I know that I'm not supposed to mark my body, but it's not what goes in a man that defiles a man. It's what comes out of a man or a woman, right? So I'm not so worried about my tattoos. I'm actually thinking, I'm hoping that nothing I could do is going to get in the glory or grace of God. I'm filthy rags, but I'm hoping that when he comes back and he looks at my fruit and he sees, okay, well, you took time to go mark yourself with the marker that I spoke of. And I said that, and I warned about imagery and idolism and all that, but you discern these things, and you took the time to actually mark your body with something that I said 2,600, plus years ago. And you went and told everybody about it, and you made, you made such a huge deal about it, and it was your revelation. It was because I feel like, guys, this is my moment in time where I might be able to fix all the things I've ever screwed up in my life. And again, it doesn't matter because I'm still filthy rags. I still think there's things that I eternally pay for in this life, because sometimes the suffering that I get put through, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't equate. But I just have always held that he says, I do these things after my own counsel for my own pleasure, and I have to endure to the end. I don't want to be here. I don't particularly like the fleshy part of this life. The only thing that I've really found joy in, and I'm kind of known for that, is just constantly talking about God and the Word. And I can't find anything anywhere else in life that brings me joy. Everything else ends up breaking my heart, or taking from me, or, just turning my life upside down. And sometimes I do it to myself. It's not, I have my own issues. Psst, Pander. Oh, I gotta let this cat out. Come on, get the boy. Get the boy. We got the lion, big old boy in here tonight. Who's letting him warm up? You say hi, Panda boy. Say hi to everybody. He's a big boy. He's a big guy. He's a big guy. Oh, he's such a big guy that I love. I love you. All right, let me go take him outside. I'll let you back in a little bit. Good boy. All right. He's outside, kitty, so he does his business outside. But either way, like I said, guys, I've always held on to the fact that I know that, again, I might talk about it often, but I've really had kind of, I don't know if it's like an infatuation with, what happens after I die. I don't know if it was just around so much death in my life. I've just been around it where I grew up in Los Angeles, California, born and raised, city of messengers, city of angels. It was everywhere. And then joined the military at 17 years old, become a police officer. And, it was just so much that in my life at a young age that it just became a constant thought, and I couldn't escape it ever until I would just actually sleep. I used to think about when I was really young, I'm sure we've all done that, but I used to think about death so much it literally make myself pass out. That's how I would go to sleep every night thinking about it. Again, I was quite, because remember I told you this should make more sense when I already told you guys I never wanted to be here. That's why my dad called me Spacey Tracy or Crazy Tracy or all this stuff, because I wouldn't participate in the things of this world. So death is something I've always really thought a lot about. And so I really started thinking, man, once I realized a lot of the mistakes that I had made from a young age, poor decisions, joining the military at 17 years old, all the, got married at 18, all these things that were probably not became a police officer, law enforcement officer, all whatever. Just, I figured I better turn and burn and go in the other direction too. Cause, I had done some things of the world that, I participated in, and I had to kind of come back to reality for a moment. And then again, realize that, that's not who I am. It was, I made choices, and I already, when I was young, I knew when my father told me, again, he stood up after not having, not being able to walk and having 2 major reconstructive back surgeries, that it was the Father that made him walk, and he gave glory to God. That was at a pretty young age, because, remember I told you I was around, it was just a lot of death, at a young age. So it made me, again, though, really start thinking about what happens after I die. And I wanted to start figuring out how I made up for those things. And not like I can ever make up for anything I've done, but like, wait a second, no, I'm right. I don't want to participate in this world because there's nothing here I can take with me, and I better start figuring out that I think I made some mistakes not only in this life, but I must have made some mistakes in the past here, because uh, there's always been a kind of a cycle in my life that I can't break, and I'm not even trying to break it. Again, some of the things that I don't think I'll ever stop having tribulation in my life, and I've just accepted that. It's just part of some of the things that have happened are beyond. They only can be of God, and so it is a blessing for me sometimes when I look at some of the trials that He's put me through, because again, some of the things aren't even of this world. They're things that don't even. My son had to witness it. He had to be with me for 18 years and see some of the stuff that I've gone through, and he mind blowing. But we always just, and he knew too. And that's, I think, why he's so close to God himself, and why he loves the Word so much, because he's seen things that are beyond comprehension that words can't even explain. And I'm not talking like ghostly things, just things in my life that don't make sense. Things in his life too. He's had some pretty crazy. He's had to go through. Again, the apple don't fall far from the tree. So, but anyways, it's a blessing though, because I feel so fortunate to have this Word that keeps me enduring in this life. Because otherwise, if I didn't have it, I wouldn't really have. It's the only calm. It's the only peace. And it's the only truth I can find. Unfortunately, I chose to try to start revealing truths at a young age too, very young. And just by reading between the lines, I figured that out, that this was all a lie. Everything I was seeing in front of me wasn't real. And there was something else underneath this. Uh, Maybe again, because my father was an actor, and so was my grandmother and my aunt, and they were all in Hollywood. And I told you, my family had plenty of money, all that. And I didn't want any. I started seeing how evil that was, and um, yeah, it was definitely something that it pushed me in the opposite direction. So I'm glad uh, that I was able to discover that the things of this world are not where our treasure lies, and that we can make a difference, in this life, as far as, the things we do. We can't make up for anything we've done, but we can, make up a difference to the things we do to make a dent in our next life. So when I figured that out from a young age, that's why I guess I'm known for doing what it is that I do, because I don't care about this life anymore like that. I mean, I got to be here, and I'm so blessed to have the understanding, but I'm really more concerned about what happens after I die than anything that happens in this lifetime. Not that I blow things off, because I really try to be and use my time wisely. And um, but yeah, but I appreciate that he's revealed these things to me now, and I hope that people are hearing this message, because it's all glory to him, to make me this weirdo person that I am, that I just don't like the things of this world. They just don't. It's not that I don't like people. It's not that I don't think that this place doesn't have some of the most. When I see nature, I see God. you know, uh, I see God everywhere in nature. But when I really look at humanity, I see such a detachment from God. Um, but that's that great falling away that it talks about. Again, you know, it's it's just part of the scripture. People are going to fall away from the word, um, and that's because we become very wicked. You know. No, that's right, Levette, and I ain't trying to see. And that's what I really wish people would understand. It's not like you can't be a righteous person, you know, but it's like what my dad told me. I remember my dad told me that hundreds of times. You can't change anybody, son. It's not right. Try to change anybody. The only person you can change is yourself. So, um, And it's not like I don't want bad things to happen. So why you gotta be such a stick in the mud, Tracy? Well, we're not in that time anymore. There's going to come a point where we're going to hit these, seals, and we're going to hit this point to where, you know, uh, here, let me, I don't know if I missed one here, but I want to push into this here. I talked about these, I don't know what is wrong with my eyes today. They are just all day long. It talks about, again, the beginning of sorrows, and that, he says that the many will be deceived, for many will come in my name saying I am Christ, and that the word this this idea that what I'm talking about is this other Jesus, that these nations are deceived now, basically telling people that this other Jesus, this other Mashiach, this other Christ, I just see it. It's so rampant in the churches. So we've seen the great falling away. We've seen the wars and rumors of wars. There's just, it's like I said, is I've watched, and I know that all these things have happened. But when we start to see, this, look at the way the nations are right now. Look at what they teach children in school, or the perversion and the deception is just, it's rampantness, the lawlessness, and what I mean by lawlessness is not so much the crime and stuff, but that falling away. The lawlessness too is that same parable, guys. When it talks about lawlessness and talk about people not following the agape, they're not even teaching this in churches. There's no whiteboards, and every church should have a whiteboard up behind it. I'm a little wore out today. I'm not standing up, but a lot of the times when I teach, I got a whiteboard behind me. I want to try to give you definitions of things. I want to give you illustrations. I want to be able to not just read a couple passages and talk about it and try to collect some money from you and see you next Sunday kind of Jesus. That's not how the Father works. That's not how the Word works. It's a suffering. It's a narrowing of self. It's a daily cross. It's a daily being condemned, and the world hating you because you won't participate and do the things of this world. So I really wish people could figure that out about this lawlessness that I'm speaking of all. Everybody just goes along to get along, and we live in such a world now where actually in America they really enforce how many victimless crimes are there. People are being locked up in prison for victimless crimes. That's the lawlessness I'm speaking of. All these law enforcement officers out there enforcing capital letter law, enforcing corporation mandates, code, and ordinances on his people. What this nation has done, America. As I tell you, the taxation of the nations since 1971. The start of of Henry Kissinger going over there and taking us, Richard Nixon suspending the convertibility of the dollar from God's money, silver and gold, into this oil dollar, enforcing nations, taxing nations. The whole world has been taxed by America, and we have gotten away with that for 50 years plus years. And God through remember he whipped the doves and turned over the money changers over fees and taxes. We in America threw tea in the harbor at 2%, 3%, something like that. Look how far, and again, I don't mean to go there, but is there another nation that literally just taxes the living snot out of its citizens and then gives it to America? And so it's crazy what has gone on. I mean, it's there you go. And did you try, because it's 8? So do you understand? It's 88 is his code. Babylon, he is 88 because 88 is the Gemini, 88 is the Janus. the two-face, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease, the Gemini. Everything with him is 66, 88, 77. It's mirror, as is above, so is below. That's the same thing. Gemini, that's why he didn't pardon anybody for J6, but he pardoned Lil Wayne, the Gemini rapper, his buddy. The other, he's a Gemini too, just like Trump, the Gemini. So, but yeah. I hope, guys, that people will go back and discover what the word is saying, that things are not going to get better. And that doesn't mean we can't be righteous, and that doesn't mean we can't be upright, and doesn't mean we can't continue to go out and spread this word, because I wanted to get to this. The fourth in one of these birthing pains is that they're going to go out and persecute people. And I don't see how this works, guys, really. I mean, and maybe it will, but they're going to persecute Christians. They're going to take this word away, guys. They're not going to allow people to speak about Jesus in public, or speak about, and they're actually, it talks about the severing of heads, of Christians. And that's part of this sorrows. When we reach this end of this age, these things are going to happen. So, I would hold tight, because I don't think that, the things that, if you look around, this truly is getting very out of control, very fast, very, very fast. You look how much money that they're printing, $1 trillion in America every 100 days, guys. I told you couldn't pay $1 trillion back. If you paid me $1 million a day, you couldn't pay me back in 360,000 years. So, this is the foreshadowing of what I believe is going to be not the end of the world, but when we see this Alice symbol that I show you that they're putting over this country, and this 7 years to create a backwards eclipses, the going the wrong way, and leaving shadows on the ground, and then it foreshadowing that sign of Nineveh, right? That I told you, that sign of Jonah, where it was the 40 days of the destruction that was to come of Nineveh, correct? When Jonah rose out of the belly of the well and he was spit out onto the land, I give you the second sign of Jonah, again, showing you that this is exactly what they're marking with this April 8th eclipse, which completes the Aleph symbol. And the Aleph symbol is the letter A, right? Or the alpha, the first letter in the alphabet, the A, in Greek, and it negates, it cancels whatever follows. The letter 7 is to be sevened, is to be completed. 7 people in the room. Speak of the gematria and the numbers. They do all this by the numbers, guys. Brothers and sisters, they're making this very clear, what I believe, what they're about to do to America. And I don't take your eye off of what's going on here. I believe Mr. Trump is the one who's heading all of these things, all of it. He and his family, back from his, uncle, John, Fred, back with Mr. T and all that. All this is all about to be revealed. It's not the end of the world, brothers and sisters, but it's about to be the end of America. That I'm going to go ahead and say it. I'm going to put my neck out there right now, not even give a breath, because I know it's already over. We already see another nation leader come into our country, and there was no American flags, just little tiny small ones. There were bigger rainbow flags than there were American flags on that route. Went back and watched it. It's crazy. And then there's a bunch of red and yellow flags. I'm telling you, I'm a veteran. If you go plant your flag in another country's nation, that tells that, what does that tell you? So put a fork in this country. It's done. You better start planning on what you're going to do when that happens. This country's still going to be here, and the world's going to go on. We're not to that end. There are 4 horses of the apocalypse that we're already in. We're in the age of Aquarius. We're in the age of Revelation. We're already in that age. So there's no doubting. That's what I'm saying. This is so beautiful to have this understanding, this revelation, this aletheia, this truth, that to know that the heavens have declared we've already passed out of the age of Pisces. We're not in Pisces anymore. It's been 4 years. I remember I talked about the parable. I gave you the parable of the fig tree with year zero, with them declaring year zero, 2019, 9, 10, 0, 21, 1, 2, 22, 2, 23, 3, 4, 24, 4. We're there. If it doesn't bear fruit, cut it down. We ain't bared no fruit in this country. Nobody's bared any fruit in America for the other parts of the world. All we've done is send out more billions of dollars and fought more oil wars and created more destruction around the world with our tax dollars, your tax dollars too, remember? So you're funding it. You're part of it. You're a part of this. And remember what it says. If you participate in her ways, those bowls will be poured out, that cup, that wrath of the indignation, whoever partook of her ways, that beast, that system, the military industrial complex called America, the petrodollar, 800 military bases in over 80, 90 countries. That's insanity. No other nation. We have a $1 trillion military budget, guys. I just told you this government is now printing $1 trillion every 100 days. We're creating that kind of debt right now. That is insanity. That is insanity. Insanity. The economic portion of this is so hard to swallow and watch people not know a thing about it because they don't want to do any math. I mean, simple math. Most economics don't even involve math in that sense. So, what a time. What a time to be here and to be a witness. But not trying to change anything, but man, this is getting good and bad all at the same time, guys. It's hard to be a witness, but don't take your eye off the prize, guys. Do not take your eye off the prize. Nobody knows the day or the hour. He could come back in any moment. Not any of this can be, he'll foil any of this at any point in time. Do not doubt the Father. I've sat there and talked with my son about that over and over, because we've gone through this timeline again and again and again. I warned him about, Jerusalem being surrounded by its armies and Damascus being turned into a ruinous heap. All these things that have to happen before, if it's going to go by every jot and tittle that it says it is, then it is going to go by every jot and tittle. We need to live every day like he's coming back, though. We don't want to get complacent like that. I warned you, please don't get like that, brothers, sisters. Yeah, I ain't trying to change anything. I'm not, remember all this, but yeah, that's what we're doing. Be not partakers in their unfruitful works of darkness, yet, shine a light on them. And that's all I'm trying to do, brothers, sisters, is say, hey, look, there's evil out here. Please be aware. We don't live in some, pitter patter, tap dance around easy world. We live in a very tough society right now where things are breaking down very quickly in society. Geopolitically, I don't care about politics. Don't talk politics to me. Talk history. History is being met every day. What are you doing about it? There are things you can participate. You don't need to necessarily, physically participate, but you can watch these things and make sure nobody tells you history later. Because a lot of the times, if you read a history book, that's not history. You're getting one side of the history. You're not getting the whole side of history. So it would behoove you and probably be in your best interest to pay attention to what's going on. Don't put your head down. It's difficult to watch. I know. I don't like watching it either. But, did you see Mr. Biden say the other day when he was talking about that whole, whatever neighborhood or whatever burnt down or whatever subdivision or whatever, and he was talking about, oh yeah, but there was one house left out there and, well, it had the right roof on it. They're just mocking people now, guys. You know what I'm saying? The devil's just straight mocking people who, trying to get the elect off course, laughing at people who are paying attention to what's going on. So I know it's getting tough if you pay attention to all these things, some of the mockery that they do, but it's all, it's all progressing, guys. And the thing I think that what people can prepare for, you can't change anything, But the thing you can change is you could be wise and not be a foolish virgin and have extra oil. Don't be a burden when these things happen and they progressively get worse. Don't sit there and wait for your life to get harder and harder before you react and do something about it. While you can, get some toilet paper, get some extra, food for a rainy day. Get, do things that are, um, not so difficult to do if the lights go out. Because I believe, I personally, in my personal opinion, I don't think in America has. How you doing? Nice to see you there, Finn. Thanks for coming in. I don't think America has months anymore, guys. Or years. I think we're in a matter of months, because I foresee that that's a foreshadow of what is to come. That was the sign of Nineveh, correct? The sign of Jonah when he was spit out onto the belly of the land. Oh yeah, salt. Man, you better have a bunch of Himalayan pink salt put away. Salt was a currency back in history. Beautiful Babylon. Salt was a currency, guys. It was literally a form of currency. They fought wars over salt. Beautiful Babylon. That's absolutely another very important thing. That's what I'm talking about. Not doom and gloom and zombie apocalypse and preppers and all that. No, wise virgins. Don't wait for things to get hard to get. Get the things that your family needs now. Don't cause a panic. Let's just be wise. That's all. The message is have extra oil. I call all that just extra oil. And the thing that I really wish that you're supposed to take care of your temple. Your body's a temple, so you don't just sit out there and let yourself get taken out. You try to take care of yourself. You don't just. And here's what I'm talking about. He says, "Let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord." So, okay, that's a human being. What about weather? What's your weather plan? What are you going to do about weather? Do you know how much scripture, how much in Revelation weather is going to affect us in these next, coming weeks, months, and years that we have ahead of us? Because the end of the world is not going to happen in my studies, in the next weeks, months, or even years. The end of America, yes. Well, I don't think we have years. I think they're foreshadowing the end of this country and the end of this system, this dollar system, this petro system, this whole reserve currency. They've signaled it over and over and over and over that they're about ready to take this whole system and replace it with their new digital, system that they want to digitally track and trace and put everything on the blockchain so they can have this new. It's part of the beast system, guys. It's not the mark of the beast. That's not a literal mark. Anyways, don't fall for that. It's everything spiritual now anyways. So remember, the angels come back and he says, put the seal on my bride. So you think that's a physical? No, I don't think so. This ain't World War II. Okay. So, but please, be wise right now. Get the things that you're already using in your life that you can, and don't wait on any of this stuff now. This is not the time to sit around and think that things are going to be getting cheaper. I think we're going to see some deflation in this country, in America, on things. Rent's probably going to come down because there's a lot of people that aren't going to be able to service their loans, and there's going to be a lot of people pushed out of housing. The commercial market's crashed, but I don't think I don't think any of the essentials are going to come down. I don't think China's going to keep shipping us stuff. We're not making that any easier. If Mr. Donald John makes an appearance back on, in the as the white horse, leader of the white horse, on the White House there, I'm sure we'll have more, all that stuff he supposedly did with the dragon there, But no, it's not going to be easier to get anything. It's not going to be cheaper to get the essentials. I don't see the price of gas coming down. I see oil, going up more per barrel. I see, food getting harder to get access to. Our grow zones are changing and shifting. There's been massive amount of hail taking out crops in the last couple of years in America. China's crops area where they grow their crops have completely flooded out the last few years. Nobody's even talked about that. China's been buying up every kind of food on the freaking planet they can get their hands on. Apologize for that, but they're a net importer of gold. They don't sell any gold of their gold. I think it's 459 where I'm at. I think that's what it is. That's been a minute since I've got. Maybe that's the price of diesel because I've been buying diesel. I only have one vehicle that runs right now, and it's a diesel. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. But I don't see the price of, propane and all these natural gas and all these basic energy costs. I don't see them coming down. I don't see all the things that we need, that we're using on a daily basis too coming down. So those are things too, guys. If you have the ability to, put away some things for later right now, I think this would be wise. And then again, I think you'll be able to not be a burden to other people, and you'll be able to be a blessing because you'll be able to have the things, again, I was speaking about that on the earlier stream and I didn't really come through with the message that I hope God's not mad at me for trying to feed foolish virgins when this happens, because I put up a lot of things for a rainy day, and most of what I put my time and effort into, I had everything taken from me, so I had to start all over again just 6 years ago, kind of from scratch, and so when I refocused all my, what I call, my things that I had for preparedness, the big thing I focused on, which I always was huge focus on, was food, and I don't ever stop trying to get food. I don't ever stop trying to, put away extra food, dry food storage, and I'll keep putting up food no matter what. I'll always go get more food no matter what. Fully mechanical diesel. Yep, it would be smart to get a diesel. Really would. It's a whole lot easier. It's much more versatile, especially when that day comes when you can run it on just about anything, vegetable, fryer oil, yeah, absolutely. And might not run super great, but you'll be moving when nobody else is moving, yeah, probably harden your vehicle if you hadn't hardened it already, harden it with if you hadn't done I believe that EMP shields can be really important for anything if you got a newer type vehicle. See, that's extra oil for me, stuff like that, guys, so you can that's a wise, must be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. So, oh, hey, I hardened my vehicle so I can drive away from the madness. You said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So I made sure I had, an EMP shield on my vehicle so I can go drive away from the people who are fighting. See? Wise, huh? So maybe the Most High will bless me with an oil. I need a 4-wheel drive to go to the woods. So maybe the Father will have it already written for me that I'll have that 4-wheel drive that I need to run away from people, because I don't want to participate in none of the nonsense, guys. I really believe that the best thing you could probably do is make a plan to get away from people right now before it gets violent in your area. Why are you waiting for things to get crazy and leave when things are hard? Leave when the roads are clogged, when the roads are full of snow, when they're flooded. I don't know. If the roads are clear right now, what are you waiting for? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I look at the world right now and I wonder, I'm already way away from people. I already live in the country. I don't have any neighbors, I can see somebody, but they're 200 plus acres away from me. I can't yell and they can't hear me. I can scream as loud as I can. They can't hear me. So it wouldn't make out any particular name or anything like that. Probably no words. So um, yeah. Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying, Babylon. I just don't want to be a part of any of it. You know, I mean, I ain't trying to tell you what to do, but if you have an instinct right now and you have means and you're sitting in some city or town, you know what I'm saying? Um, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? What are you doing? What are you just waiting for them to come into the city or so? I don't know where you're at, Babylon. I'm just saying, probably with the name Babylon, you probably don't live in the city, but um, you probably know what that is. But I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't know what people are waiting for, guys, anymore. I mean, I live right now way away from people, and I still wish I had a 4-wheel drive vehicle that I could just go out into the woods, if I need to, because I don't want to try to defend anything like that. I just don't. I mean, I guess I would if I had to, because I have, food and things where I can bless people and stuff, but I think it'd make more sense for me to just try to keep this property that I have and try to find something away from people. And, 20, 30 minutes from me, I could be in the woods, and away from people. And I'm sure that they can still find people in the woods and stuff, guys. But I think that would be a big difference in time. I think that would happen. But I'm on a rural tenant. Cool. Yeah, I just, like I'm saying, I'm not trying to overreact, guys, or anything, but that's what I'm talking about, man. I'm hoping God will bless me enough to be able to do that, because I don't want to fight with anybody. I'd rather have like 3 or 4 or 5 people right now and just live about 20 or 30 minutes from here. I could be so deep in some woods around here, um, that I wouldn't see anybody, and I could be right back here in 30 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Hey, thanks for coming in, LM. Appreciate you coming in. Because I don't want to fight with anybody. I don't want to participate in any of that. I'd rather just be hanging out and, you know what I mean, and chilling in the woods with my family. Hopefully, people. I wouldn't hang out with people that probably weren't believers, so I couldn't do that. They'd have to be people who, people who believe and love these truths. So be hanging out with my family, and just go check back in the city every once in a while till things get bad, and then just try not to, just stay away from it. What's wrong with what I'm saying? I don't know. I got 2 modes, fight or flight. So I'm like, bye, see you, bye. So I don't know about you guys. You guys want to fight and have a revolution, fight with each other, throw pieces of metal at each other, and be responsible for and have a bunch of blood on your hands? Is that how you want to save this country? Do you think that's how it goes down? Do you think that's how we save America, by fighting with each other? Having a revolution like they want us to do, red team, blue team. People won't even talk to each other anymore if they're, well, I think Trump did. Oh, you like Biden? Well, I think, oh, you like Trump? Oh my goodness gracious, guys. These people won't even talk to each other anymore. So yeah, there's quite the division in society. So I'd rather just hang out in the woods and, keep an eye on this place here and use both of them. Still try to farm this place as much as I could. And heck, it could even still have people living here. I'm not saying anybody have to, go to the woods with me, but I'd go to the woods even by myself if I had the means. Now, I've been really actually thinking about selling this 20-acre parcel that I have paid off, and seeing if I can't find a smaller parcel somewhere up in the woods. I don't even care if it's an acre. I trade that 20 acres right now for 1 acre in the woods. So I've been seriously thinking about, I pulled the deed out the other day and looked at it and said, 20 acres next to me here, because I still have 20 acres here. I still have to pay on it. I don't have it paid off, and I've been paying on it for 10 years. I've almost got the 5 paid off up by the highway, by the up there, Christmas Valley Highway. And I have another 20 acres I'm paying on as well. So I still have 45 acres. I don't have it paid off, but I've been, got 15 years of payments in it. man, I could sell that 20 and have a place in the woods. Or I've actually been thinking about selling it and buying a pickup truck and taking my dogs and going on the road. Um, since nobody wants to come homestead with me, it's okay. It's not anybody's fault, but it just, I'm done trying to do that for now. If it happens, it'll be God's will, not mine now. I'll put in enough effort to try to make it happen. I mean, I make a mention, and actually I've thought about maybe renting some of this property out here as well, renting out acres or something. I think once people start figuring this out, it'll be easier to rent some of this out, though. I think people, the weather's gonna, oh God, if you're in New York, oh my gosh, that is not a place that I would want to be right now. Upper New York is beautiful, but I wouldn't want nothing to do with that state. You're welcome to come over here. You're welcome to come over here on the other side. You should probably look at my water overlay map. You might want to come over here temporarily. Um, it hits the fan property lines. Will mean nothing. Yeah, property lines. Exactly. I believe that, Babylon. Exactly. Exactly. That's what I was thinking. I don't need all this land. I'd rather have 1 acre in the woods than you got the right mentality there, Babylon. You know exactly what I'm saying then. See what I'm saying? Why I'd rather have 1 acre in the woods than, it's not like I said, I mean, I've got property on this property that you can't see. If I could put a house on, some of this property, you wouldn't even see it, you know? Um, there's 4 or 5 places on this 20-acre parcel I could put a single level home and you wouldn't see the rooftop, because there's that much, it doesn't look like this place is very deceiving from the roads when you drive around. You can see elevation, but there's a lot of dips and um, yeah. So where I'm sitting at right now, the bottom of the cabin to where the top where the shelter sits in the back, the floor of the shelter sits 28 feet down from where I'm sitting right now. 28 feet from the bottom of the cabin, right to the bottom of the cabin to the bottom of the shelter. Not the top of the shelter, but the bottom of the shelter where that sits is 28 feet down from where I'm sitting right now. So, yeah, there's a lot of different elevation on this property, but again, I'm thinking 20 acres might buy me a parcel in the woods. I don't know. It's a bit different. It's hard to find. I don't know where I'm at. Some of that stuff's not for sale because it's all like forested and stuff like that. So, but I don't know. I've been seriously considering taking some time and doing that because I don't want to sit down here and try to defend this property by myself. It's way too big. Just like Babylon said, it's pointless. I can't defend it by myself. Actually, that's what sucks. That's why it sucked. And I've kicked so stinking hard the whole time because I know I need a community to be able to thrive. I can survive. I'm a veteran. I've had Arctic training, mountain air training, extreme cold weather training. I've been a police officer, veteran, a bunch of different, military police. So think about all the different training that I've had being a police officer. I've had a lot of training, guys, but making it on my own is just like, whatever. I ain't no Rambo. I'm not, I'm fit and still have a 6-pack at 50 years old, and I'm very in shape, but I'm still not Rambo or anything. So I can't make it not long periods of time, but whatever, it is what it is. It's what God wants from me. I'm in upstate New York. It's no nothing here besides a bunch of illegal people taking over a little Italy neighborhood, and it's not becomes. Yeah, that's what's. I'm telling you, that's what's getting so bad over there on the East Coast, guys. There's so many immigrants going over there. It's insane how many people they've been shipping over to the West or East Coast. It's like a setup, guys. It's almost like they know that these waves that I told you coming in, this water overlay map, it's definitely it's gonna come all the way from New York to the Colorado Rockies, all the way from Florida to the Carolinas, all the way up here. So everything from the east of the Rockies is going to be at one point covered with water. It will subside and pull back, I'm sure of it, but it's it's something that I believe we're going to see here in the next couple of years. So, Tango, all done. So, yeah, that's been hard actually holding on to that, man. I not that I wish I wouldn't have put it out, but this has been really hard to hold on to this overlay map, knowing that this is something that we could see because of our, I'm not trying to just pull anything out of my hat here. I'm trying to tell you that our magnetosphere is weakened by 25%. And I truly am the only person on the earth right now to that's putting out this 400-foot, 100 to 400-foot sea raising and lowering, and then putting the overlay map, and then putting the map of the cycle of the four gas giants. David Devine, I think he's figured that out as well too. That there's something that causes this. I mean, it only makes sense, guys. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but I've spoken for, I don't know, it's been years now. I've talked about this. Actually, I looked back at this, and I've had about 5 years. I think I've been talking about this 10-24-24 celestial gas giant alignment, and it's when I first discovered it. And it's the same thing again that we were in at the time of Christ. I told you at 70 AD, the temple was destroyed. And here we are again in that same alignment. So last time we were in this alignment, the earth got hammered because of the magnetism, guys, because of the push on our earth from these other four gas giants that we get pinned in. So I'm not, yeah, well, we're just back at the same time of Christ, though. That's what I'm saying. It's not, I mean, this is a celestial alignment. I ain't no prophet. This ain't picking anything. I'm telling you, this is where it was at. This is astronomy, not astrology. I'm not into none of that hocus pocus non stuff. God controls the stars. He said that. I control the seven Pleiades. I control there ain't no goddess of heaven spinning the Big Dipper around the pole star. He controls the heavens. But those far large gas giants are going to form a square again, guys, just like they did in 79 AD. And that's happening in less than, I think we're at 230 some days now. I don't know if anybody wants to do a back calculator on that. How many days do we have until 10-24-24? It's creeping up quickly. And I believe we will see massive effects from our weather. And I believe this will be the one where it talks about, where I've been reading you. It talks about there'll be perplexity in nations, and the seas and the waves will be roaring. It's going to come up onto the land again, guys. In my humble opinion, again, I'm the only person that's put out the overlay map of the federal government taking over this land over here on the West Coast, and not anything over there on the East Coast, not anything east of the Rockies. So, yeah, it's not going to be the end of the world. That's the thing. It's not going to be the end of the world. This is an end of the world event, but this will be something that is going to happen. We're not going to get away from this. And again, I explained to you that I believe all the government should be standing down right now and working together, because we just had something that's never happened before. Anybody that knows, thanks for coming in, Matthew. Anybody knows that is paid attention to the heavens and on the aurora events and our magnetosphere and all our atmosphere and all this. You don't need to be a scientist. You don't be a rocket scientist. You don't have to work for NASA, but there's information out there about, you can go all the way back in time through the petroglyphs and look at all the different imagery they used to put on the different yeah. So they're not going to fix this. That's the Reiki symbol that I was telling you to look up. Have you gone and looked at that video that I told you to look up of Enter the Stars? His last video that he did on YouTube about Mr. Warp Speed and the Reiki symbol, and the gentleman who's into all that Hindu. And for you, Matthew, is probably for you more than anybody else. You're really going to get that more than other people, because it's your culture. That's your country you're in. You're in India, so there's more Hindu in that country than there is. Remember, what, 1.5% of people in India are Christian? Talk about fisher of men. You guys talk about having it easy. This young man right here is 18 years old, fisher of men, and he's a brother in Christ, and he loves the truth, and he keeps seeking it, and his parents hate him for doing it, and he's being persecuted right now for that, and he just keeps standing in his faith. And I have mad respect for Brother Matthew for being a soldier of God in a place where it's probably going to end up being a lot more suffering than any of us have to go through for what he's standing up for right now. So yes, go watch it. That's that Reiki symbol that I'm telling you. That's in the Operation Warp Speed logo. So they're all over this. They know exactly what they've done to people. That video should be very eye-opening for you, Matthew. You'll enjoy it. It's a little long, but whatever. It's a study. Sit down and study it. Yeah, it's enter, ENTER, like enter or exit, enter the stars, STARS. And it's everything that gentleman does is in over the top. And he's a believer in Christ, Yahushua HaMashiach. He believes in Christ Jesus, the Messiah, the Anointed One. I am Shiloh. So it's a great channel. I've been watching him. I've been on his channel. I was on his channel 10 years ago. When I used to do blogging under Truth Viral and America Ever After, some of the other channels that I've done. I told you guys I've had half a dozen or more channels on YouTube that I've done through the years. Been on this platform for a long time. So, yep, just when you can, it'll be worth your time. It really will. So anyways, I believe that this celestial giant event will bring this land up onto the water. I think we're going to get pinched, our magnetism. I don't think I'm going to be wrong. I see no way that this Earth can continue. It's going to continue. The magnetosphere is going to continue to weaken, and we're going to continue to have more cosmic solar radiation bombard our atmosphere. And last year in 2023, we had 5 low latitude auroral events, which shattered the record of 2. We've only ever had 2 in a year, and that's happened before multiple times, but not 3 in a year, not 4 in a year, and never 5, 4 or 3. So we shattered the record, and that just happened to be the year that I told you that would be the year of everything you see in the sky. So I got that correct. That's right. That's what I'm saying, Finn. That's what I'm talking about. Is because that's never happened. And we're not having heavy bombardment by heavy solar, X-class flares. It normally takes an X20, X10, X20, a high level to get into that latitude. But we had M-class flares and it was happening. Something's wrong, guys. Like, seriously wrong. Mechanically, and I know it's wrong. It's weakened. It's not wrong. I tell you what it is, but it's, you know what I'm saying? And they should be talking about this. All the government should be talking about, hey, we could better figure out how to do something about this. Yeah, the magnetosphere has been weakening since 1900. Okay. It started, the magnetic excursion started back in 1859 when we took an X20 Carrington event, is what it was called, when our Earth was hit with an Earth facing X-class X20 solar flare that took out our technology at the time. So the solar flare fake is their lies because they're information deception. Yeah. Well, no, they can't fake a solar flare coming from the sun. Um, they can't fake the fact that our solar wind's hitting our Earth at 775 miles an hour without any energy. We get any bombarded. So you guys, that's what I'm saying. Don't freak out, man. But listen, this is something that is never seen before. This is something that you can't run from. But this is something you could probably don't want to be around people who are willfully blind, making fun of me for wanting to prep for paying attention to the spirit. There is no one. The word like this. Yep, I hear you, LM. They're going to pay. Yep, bless you. Keep doing what you're doing. I'll have this discussion with you in a minute. I think I may already have. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep easing your fears. Keep listening to whatever that fear tells you. And keep doing something about it. Bless you. Keep doing something about it. You're doing the right thing. Don't worry about it. Don't listen to nobody. And like I said, I don't know how long you've been here. You want to get out of that state? Come out here. Come out here. There's places you can come out here. You don't have to live with me. There's places out here in this desert. You can live in a tent. I came out here and lived in a tent. Nobody will mess with you. They know. I'll go get them. Trust me. I'll make sure everybody leaves you alone. I don't know. But no, they won't bother you out here. Nobody bother you like that. You can move out here in an RV. You can move out here in a tiny home. You can move out here. I build cabins out here. That's what I build. I build cabins out of semi-trailers. So I've got 3 semi-trailers, and I've got 2 other cabins that I'm building out of other buildings. And so, yeah, and I do what I want. I'll help drill you a well. I got a well drilling kit. I got access to extra material to build you a cabin. Land taxes are cheap out here. I got 20 acres for sale next to me. If you're a good neighbor, I might sell you my 20 acres next to me. If you got that kind of mindset, I'm trying to actually I wouldn't mind selling this property next to somebody that I can actually have a good neighbor that was into preparedness. I'll share my 50-foot storm shelter with you when there's nowhere else to go in this valley. Well, there's crack in the ground, and we've got all kinds of places out here to get away from the weather. But cool. So there's caregiving out here in this valley. There's seniors out here. There's Lapine up the road. There's Bend. There's plenty of work out here. There's farm work out here. There's just look into it. I'll just put it out there. Like I said, if you need a place to get off your feet, I have another 5-acre parcel right up off the road. I'll let you stay up there. You don't have to stay on this property. I'll draw something up on paper for you so there's nobody gets screwed. I don't want you screwing me. I ain't trying to screw you. So if I can help you, that'd be a blessing, because all I've been trying to do. So for 10 years, been trying to get people to get away from these governments. If you come help me, we'll grow a garden underground this year. I already got it dug out. You want to grow an underground garden? Come out here. We'll do an underground garden. I don't want to do it by myself. Heck, if you come out here, I'll get chickens again. I can't do the whole livestock thing, but I'll get chickens again. I'll share with you my extra eggs, because I just couldn't, cause got tired of feeding them to the dogs and eating too many eggs, and you can only eat so many green eggs and ham. No, I don't eat ham, but well, like I said, I don't, New York's a horrible place, I'm telling you, and it doesn't have to be. Look at what I'm telling you. We can write up something temporary, LM. Again, I really don't want you to screw me over. I get screwed over all the time, but go back after this water overlay map thing. It could be temporarily. And I'll seriously, if I'll draw something on paper, I don't want any money from you. I'm not asking for money. I might rent some of my land out to some other people, but I want to help some people that are trying to get prepared and trying to do something about it. That's who I want to help. I want to help people who want to help themselves. I have plenty of food out here for you to feed you. If you need that to get on your feet, I got food. Don't worry about food. I'll make sure wherever you're at in this valley, we'll figure out to sit down and have a couple meals a day or whatever, something, that kind of thing. This is what I dream of, trying to take care of people, guys, and people want to take care of themselves and then them flourish. you know, you get another person out here, one or two more people doing this, we can be growing fresh garden vegetables, non-genetically modified, you know, open pollinated, eating fresh eggs, eating the chickens that we have, you know. That's what I did the last one, you know. I just ended up selling half of them, but ate some, you know, I didn't eat them all, but I ate half of them because it's like, heck, you know what? They're free range chickens. Heck yeah. Cool. That's what I'm saying. Maybe someday I'll have you here, Matthew. I'd love to have you, brother. I don't, you know, it's God is going to provide the right people here for me. And nobody's here with me now because, you know, he didn't want anybody here with me, but there's other things. Yeah, me too. I mean, I've obviously, if you hear, I've been doing this for a while, guys, but it's fine. And like I said, so with the door is there, LM, you have an opportunity. If you need it, you can talk to me a little bit more. And, you know, I know it's tough right now and it's hard to find a place where you can actually settle. But, you know, again, land taxes on this property are $93 or something for 20 acres. Now I don't have the improvements with the city because I don't do the city thing, you know, that or whatever, the town to draw the permits or whatever. But it's fairly reasonable to do everything out here if you want to be totally legit. I don't know what your financial situation is, and I don't care. You're gonna have to have some way to survive out here, but I can help you get on your feet. You know, if you're already trying to take care of yourself, I don't think it'd be an issue. You know, you give me a couple hours work a day, I'm sure I can make sure you have a meal and a roof over your head and some land to stay in, you know, or something like that. I can provide at least that. Um, we could work out some kind of work trade where you don't need finances out here. There's 2 grocery stores in town. There's a Dollar General, the largest Dollar General in the state of Oregon, just opened up in our little teeny tiny town because they know this town's growing out here. There's 2 part stores. There's all kind. We got some little jobs that are hiring now for like some kind of health thing is finally going back in here. They opened up another clinic or something out here. Farmers are always hiring. You know, I fight with them. So as long as you don't mention my name, he won't have no problem. Some of the farmers actually come back to me and apologize for some of the things they've done to me out here. But no, there's work out here. There's the Chevron gas station is always hiring somebody out there. You know, they're always got either somebody to work their grocery store that they have in there. Yeah, well, there's something for you. Like I said, I don't know. It's God. Give all glory to God. It's not me. uh, so he leads me to do this. I have all this land and I want to share it. And I'm hoping that people will, again, guys, I think the future is breakaway communities. It's not like you have to be totally out of society. Like if LM came out here or something and could get a job, or maybe they didn't want to get a job here, they wanted to go into Bend because there's big time paying jobs in Bend, and they can still live in this little teeny tiny town. There's people who commute from Bend into the city, and you know, it's about an hour and a half, hour and 45. I got to live 100 miles away from a Walmart, guys, but I'm not so far away from society that you still can't. And there's a town up here. It's a little town. You know what I'm saying? God, I'd go in the heartbeat. Yeah, the Father I charge because with him he's making. Oh gosh, I've had to deal with I was a single dad for 10 years. You know, I was a single parent. So I know it's tough for single moms and single dads, anything. Oh, that's a tough situation to be in. I've been there. Trust me. I dream of being on a farm. Well, that's what I'm on. I'm on a farm here. This is Silver Rock Ranch. You know, this is a full working farm. I don't have any of the livestock here now because I just got tired of taking care of it by myself. You know, you can only, like I said, you can only eat so much eggs, and rabbits breed out quickly. And, you know, I don't eat the goats. I can't eat that whole thing by myself or whatever. And so a lot of the times, yeah, anyways, but organic lifestyle is healthy too, guys. I mean, Cool. Yeah, we're all. I think we're all being kind of shaken right now a little bit in our lives. We're all having some. These last 4 years have been tough, guys, for a lot. Everybody, man, they really stuck it to these governments. Really made it hard. Um, they shut down most of the middle class businesses in America. A lot of them were shut down. The people employed 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 12, a dozen people, but not the big box stores. Remember, the brick and mortar stores, they all stayed open. But so a lot of people who were doing okay are having a time right now, guys. So I try to keep that in mind. And now, right now, think about it, guys. On top, this is something like with LM. I don't know if you're dealing with it. I don't have to. I've seen a tiny fraction of what I think of 4 guys that were out here in this town that might be immigrants. They might not. Okay. But this isn't a big town. So but in these big cities all over the East Coast, guys, these immigrants are everywhere, putting a massive strain on the system. It's going to get violent quickly, guys. And unfortunately, like there is some over here on the West Coast, but a fraction of what's on the East Coast. Up there in Seattle, they had some of those people storm in the city building, and they weren't happy with their hotel rooms. They all wanted housing. They wanted housing. They wanted houses, and like apartments, and the hotel rooms weren't good enough for them. So they're going to get, not everybody's come across this border as a bad person who's been an immigrant. I believe that most people in the last 10 or 15 years assimilated just fine as a whole. Many of them just got a job the first day they were here, but we're definitely seeing something different now. So I'm not trying to cause alarm, but you should be very important to pay attention that there's something going on with the people they're shipping in these country. They're not standing. These people, a lot of them been paid. So there's a big entitlement now between the people who have come in here before that were illegal, and they feel pretty jaded because they didn't come here and get, a $5,000 Visa card. In New York right now, where LM is at, look at how what she said she was female. She said look at what she has to deal with. The average family of 4 right now of immigrants in New York can get up to $20,000 of benefits a month. In New York right now, a family of 4 immigrants, a household of 4, could get up to $20,000 in benefits a month in the state of New York right now. It's gotten so bad in New York, guys, that the governor and the city over there have said they don't want it to be a sanctuary city anymore, and they're actually starting to try to deport these people back out of that state that she's in. It's that bad now. It's gotten that bad that fast. People don't pay attention to this stuff. Why do you pay attention to all this stuff, Tracy? Because this is important. These are the people that I live in this country that I live in with. And I know that my brothers and sisters out there are struggling, and not everybody who comes across this border is bad. We displaced a lot of these people, guys. I know, I'm a veteran. We're the ones who went and hammered their countries, made them move to supposedly the best country ever. I don't understand the idea of moving from one country that displaced you to here, but this is supposedly the best country, in the world. That gives, there's no other country you can go and they give you free benefits anywhere in the world. They'll throw you out and tell you to leave. In a lot of countries, they won't even let you in their country if you don't make enough income. I know, huh? I know. Come on, bring it. Let's just talk with this madness. Thank you. I'm there though sometimes. Don't hold on there, Sipes. Hold on. I got it. It's right there. The Great Millstone. I got it. So, but hang in there. I know we need some rectification here for sure. But you guys, they're shipping these people in this country at an alarming rate right now that is not normal. I don't think there's ever been an exodus like this ever in history. Has there ever been a country take this amount of people into one country ever, especially in like 1 month. In the month of December, I can't remember something. It was like 300 and something thousand. I don't know. It is ridiculous number. It was incredible amount of people. Cool. Yeah. So there's something going on the East Coast. And you guys, I really feel like it's a setup for that water overlay map that I've been telling you about. I really think it is. LM, have you seen my map? Have you seen the overlay map? Have you seen the overlay map that I put out that got me kicked off of TikTok? And it definitely put it out on this channel now. And now I'm not getting any more traffic to this channel, which is okay. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I don't care. I don't need to get you are seeing in bed. So don't get to see what you miss. It's all news. Oh, you're in Colorado. Cool. Is that New Zealand? Is that what that is? New Zealand, Finn? Is that where you're at? Because you're down south, correct? You're gonna have to go to my TikTok channel that's still up, but I can't get any uploads to that channel, and it has the New Zealand map on it. Yes, it's on that map. I don't have it on this one. I apologize. Yeah, no, that's Asia. I was trying to find these extra overlay maps too. I'm going to have to go back and recapture them. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, darn it. Where is that? Here is... There's Australia. Australia doesn't fend very well, does it? Only the white is what's not going to be affected in Australia. So it's fends almost as bad as the United States, even worse actually than the United States. So this water will subside. This water will subside. You look pretty good. I don't know what side of the island you're on there, but wow. So are you on the north? Oh, damn it. Oh, God. Oh, Murphy's Law, huh? Well, you know what? I don't know how you guys gonna, and again, Finn, I told you, I believe this is going to be the white is what's left. So here's America. Here's the United States. This isn't what got me thrown off TikTok, guys. This is a mean map. White is all that won't be under the water, correct. Now, what I want to show you is what got me thrown off the internet is this. Or got my channel.
Here we go. All the government-owned land.
This is the land they've taken over on the West Coast.
An overlay of two different maps. There's a water overlay of years past where the water's washed up onto the land. You can see, start looking at these edges. Look right around. I have it lined up exactly.
See that?
Because the scale's a little bit, but this is two different
How do
maps that I
they
put
bought
onto a
up all this
program
land over here on the
CapCut
West
here
Coast and taken over? Look at
using
this.
the opaque
These
on
are
it.
two different maps.
Come on.
So I apologize, guys. I'm using this is on my
See why they
TikTok
moved the state
platform. This is
capital to
reverse. So,
Colorado?
but look at these lines. Look at the Colorado Rockies. Look
I need to move
it
that over
up
just
there
a hair.
by New York, or excuse me, by
I think
Washington.
it's just that.
See, I'm doing this actual. I'm doing this on my CapCut. But you can't tell me
And
they
I'm
don't
gonna
know
move
that
both these
that
back
this
out
is.
so you can see these. That all this land here gets washed out. All this is when the land comes up, water comes on the land, then it's going to subside 400 feet down. I said I would bring some maps, so I thought I'd do an overlay here of something. This program. This is why you need to pay attention.
This is a different one, guys, than I had. I've done this a couple times.
Multiple sources.
But look up there towards
see why they bought
Washington.
up all this and don't want anybody in this. See why they have all that land?
Why do they have all that land over there on the West Coast and not on the East
pull
Coast?
this back first.
Only some of those dots are red.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I can't pull this one. Actually, got to click.
No, this isn't a NOAA event. This is not a NOAA event. This is not a complete flooding. I don't want anybody to say that's not what is going to happen here.
Okay.
The water came up from below the earth and above the earth. That's not how this event will happen.
Go back over to this one.
Sorry, I'm messing with it here, guys.
This one, go to. We're doing this live, so just give me. That's how I do things.
This was auto live that I did that I was actually recording.
Back up.
Actually, I have another one here. I think I did another overlay here for you. Where are we at? Okay, here's the other one. And then I'll explain it a little bit more.
Land. This is the water overlay of the cycle where the water goes up 400 feet and down 400 feet.
Between 100 to 400 feet is the average.
It's going to be left.
I had to cut this video, guys, to get it to load.
All the way up on both sides to the Colorado Rockies and in here. So taking years to do this overlay.
Yeah, this is not a full flood event. This is not what this is.
See this land that they bought up?
See over here on the the East Coast, they don't have hardly anything bought up over there except for high areas. Ozarks and
almost near perfect match.
Up there towards Michigan, the top.
Look at these lines. Look at this line.
Up there.
Tell me they don't
look
know
over
this.
here.
This is what they know, guys.
I'm telling the government knows this. It's taken them 30 years of me watching them gobble up all this land and take over this land on the West Coast.
Right in here. Look at all this. Look at this line here. Go over this again. Apologize, a little bouncy. I'm trying to use the. Look at that edge right there. Look at all that perfect line up. Look at that.
What about the cities off the shores? Do you get some of that tide rise? Okay, so look, here's what I'm saying, guys. There's a cycle right now. This is not something that's not known. If you go off the continents, you can take scuba diving trips and go find these cities that are between 100 and 400 feet that are under the ocean right now. Because in the last cycle, the water came up and covered those, okay? And I'm sure it came up and it was higher than it was, but that's where it settled at. So this next cycle, it's not going to come up and bury us even more. That's not how it's going to work. It's actually going to go down 400 feet in the next cycle because it already came up. But in this cycle, it's going to have to come up onto the land and wash up. And I don't believe it's going to be one big wall of water. I think it's going to start out like birthing pains. Like if you ever had a child, it's going to intensify and come back. And I think the governments, that's why they're going to start taking lockstep. This is why I believe they did the VidCo. They did the beer bug. They're getting ready for, right, but this will be the whole earth. Do you understand? This will be every continent, guys, is going to have tidal shift. It's already happening. You should look around. The Marshall Islands got covered. These sneaker waves, king tides. This has to do with magnetism, guys, with the way our Earth gets pinched and that protects, and that this is what's going to affect this Earth. I'm telling you, we're going to get pinned in between these 4 gas giants. Let me show you this alignment, like we were back in 79 AD. And I believe that it's going to pinch on the magnetism and it's going to push. It says in scripture that the seas and the waves will be roaring. This is part of this cycle, guys. I know that, like I said, I wish I was wrong about this. I wish I was wrong. But if we get pinned in between these 4 gas giants, guys, this magnetism is going to push on our plates. And it's going to cause this Earth to, I mean, you ever pushed on a bathtub or something, a pool, and it rocks the water? It's not going to take much, guys, to push this water up onto the land. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I don't want to be right. But this is what I see them preparing for. Why in the heck would they have all that land? See, that's the problem with my overlay map, guys. That's what got me taken down. And I knew I shouldn't have done it, but I did it anyways, because even if just one person hears me, then it was give glory to God. Give glory to God. It's not me doing it. I have been under attack since I put this out, guys. I haven't been able to sell anything on the internet, and that's how I make my living, is on the internet. I mean, seriously, I'll make it, but it's been tough, man. I mean, but I have no regrets, guys. I have 0 regrets out here. I would do it again anytime. I would never take it back, and that's why I'm doing it now. If you noticed, this channel was flying like crazy, taking off. It's gone almost 4,000 with 3,000 followers in less than a month. And as soon as I started showing you guys the overlay map, you want to see my analytics now? I knew before I even did it on here. I said I shouldn't do it, remember? And I did it anyways. It doesn't matter. I don't care. It's not here for the numbers. I'm here to put out the message. And so I want to show you again what we are going to get pinned in. This is us come 10/24/24. These are the 4 large gas giants. Okay. This is Earth. We're pinned in right here in the middle. We get pinned in here right in the middle of these 4 large gas giants. You guys, I'm not trying to pick like, oh my God, this has never happened before. I'm telling you, in 79 AD, we were in the same celestial alignment. We were in the same alignment. So I'm not making a prediction. I'm not trying to predict anything. I know there's a reason that they're not talking about this, and it is what it is. I'm not, I got to live with what I do. You live with what you do. So here's what I'm saying. All these bodies have magnetism. Magnetism. See that? Imagine being stuck like in the middle of all this magnetism. Where the Earth was pinned in right there. You think this Earth is going to fend well with all those interlooping magnetic fields? You guys, the last time we were in that alignment like that was 79 AD, and the Earth's protection was at 100%. We had on, if we went to Amsterdam, we were going to go to the red light district. We're like, okay, we're going to put on the whole armor of God here. Trojan man, right? We got the full protection. Well, now our magnetosphere is weakened by 25%. 25%, guys. That's why we had 5 low latitude auroral events in the southern and northern hemispheres. That's never happened, ever. In the history of mankind, even you would see it in the petroglyphs, guys. I've studied as far back as any historical record is found. The Chinese would talk about it. They have kept meticulous records. The Mayans kept better records than anybody else about the way these celestial giants moved. Okay. When those 4 large gas giants formed a square last time, you guys, and it's getting worse, Sipes. That's why the sun is white. Remember 3 solar cycles ago, the solar cycle is about 12 years. So about 40 years ago, 30, 40 years ago, 30 to 40, 36, 40 years ago, the sun was very orange. Now it's not. It's white, like it should be in the middle of the summer. It's hot white. It doesn't turn orange anymore in the fall or the spring. If you grow food outside, you know that. If you grow indoors, try to mimic that. It's hot white. Your garden vegetables that used to be able to take full sun just die off. You got to shade this stuff now, because think about a welder. You know, if you turn up the heat, all that carbon that's in that flame eventually burns off, and that flame goes from orange, orangish, you know, lighter orange, orangish yellow, yellowish orange, yellow, you know, yellow, yellowish white to white. And then eventually when you turn that flame up, is burned off all the particulate, it turns blue. So we only have, you know, I don't say the sun's going to turn blue, but we've already, people, oh, there's something wrong with the sun. No, the sun is exactly what has happened. The sun is doing what our atmosphere has been shrinking down like a ball. You know, let me show you an image of what I just showed you what magnetism looks like. We have a toroidal field that comes out of our Earth. I appreciate you guys' attention. I'm not trying to cause anybody to be dismayed at this. I know this is a little bit hard to look at, a little bit hard to swallow here, but it doesn't mean that these things aren't happening, guys. These things are definitely happening on our Earth. Our Earth has magnetism that comes out of it. Ours does this as well. The sun does this as well. This would be called our magnetosphere. Like if we were in the center of this here. So if you think about that, every time that the sun doesn't have have regular solar flares, and we've had the last 3 solar cycles have stepped down the energy, our atmosphere is getting smaller, smaller and smaller. So if we were in a big ball, like if this is in a big ball and I'm in the center of this big circle here, I can't get close to you guys, right? I see how far, if it's in the middle out here. Now, what if it's in this smaller little, see how close I am to you now? See how close I am to you? That's why the sun has been burning off our magnetosphere, guys. Do not let anybody fool you and tell you there's a sun simulator and it's global warming, or that is not. This is a cycle, okay? This is something that they're very aware of, these governments, and that's why I believe they're doing everything you've seen in the last 10, 15, 20 years. They're getting ready for this event, and they're not going to tell the general public about it because, now look, guys, the problem that I'm having, again, if you understand magnetism, see this, 2 magnetism, remember? These are 2 magnets. Look at that. There's a positive and a negative force on these. You see that black spot in between there? That's where magnetism is voided out. There's no magnetism between those. If we get pinched in between those 2, think about those 2 bodies. You see that? That's actually called the block wall, right? It's called the block domain wall. And so north and south, that line in between 2 is where magnetism is canceled. Somebody might even call that gravity, if you will. So I believe that when we get pinched in between these 2, you know, forces, it's going to change the gravitation on this earth, and things are going to, you know, so let's see, wouldn't this cause a lot of pressure? Not sure how science works. Yes, that's going to cause pressure. You're exactly right, Sipes. That's going to put pressure on our Earth. In the 1800s, guys, in the 1800s, the Earth spewed out, because our Earth, we were in a solar minimum where that atmosphere shrunk down. We got closer to the sun. It caused more water vapor in our atmosphere, more cloud nucleation and more cloud cover. We had hailstones the size of basketballs in the 1800s. You can find record of this. It leveled wooden cities, guys. Okay? The Earth got pushed on in the 1800s because of that magnetism. Something obviously did a very similar push. I haven't looked into all the celestial alignments back in the 1800s. You need to go back and relook. I know something pushed on the Earth the same way that it's going to do this magnetic push. And literally there are thousands of miles all over this Earth, not just in one spot, okay? But the Earth, when it gets hit by solar weather, yes, it has an effect on the one portion of it, but our Earth is all connected, and it affects everything around Earth. I don't believe in that, but we're using that as the model, okay? We're just using it as the model. Use your head. I don't talk about the shape of the Earth. We'll throw you out of the chat room for talking about the shape of the Earth. It doesn't matter. It has no effect on what I'm telling you. Okay. So, but if that gets shrunken down, that protection, and it can be like a half dome either, guys, on a whatever, but I'm not going to go into it. When that shrinks down, I believe something, just taking just do this for me right now. Just take your hand and put it on your shoulder and press on that. Press on that. That's what it's going to do to our protection. So that's going to press on our atmosphere and press down on the plates. And it did pushed out between 10, 20, and 30 feet of the earth spewed out onto the surface of the earth, literally covering, 2 and 3 stories of buildings. There are buildings on this earth where they still have floors that are covered, that they have not dug out. It took almost 100 years to come out of the 1800s. It's very little talked about what happened in the 1800s. A lot of history disappeared on this earth during that time. But it's all out there for you to find. We don't live in that age anymore. We had what was called mud volcanoes, guys. Mud volcanoes. Not magma coming out of the earth, but it literally spewing out mud, because it's called a global liquefaction event or a planetary liquefaction event. Remember, there's the waters above and there's the waters below our feet. Well, something presses on our magnetism. It's going to squirt that water out, squirt that water up, out, and it's going to come out of any hole and leak out onto the earth. It's already done it, guys. That was called a global or planetary liquefaction. It happened in the 1800s. And there are literally places that have thousands of miles that are covered in 10, 20, and 30 feet of the inner earth that came out. Not magma. This is not a magma event. This is a liquefaction event, okay? In the 1800s, right, that happened. In 79 AD, when we were in this magnetic planetary event, that was a volcanism event where it heated up the inner core of the earth, the magma, and that spewed out onto the earth, and it covered cities, and Vesuvius went off. Remember, Pompeii was covered in ashes, completely covered. The earth was in an extinction, semi-extinction level event when our Earth's atmosphere was at 100%, the protection. So I think this is what's going to push this water. And when I read through scripture and it talks about the seas and the waves will be roaring, this has got to be the event that something is going to trigger this. I can't find this event in history on a record, though, guys. And I have no one other person that left right now. He left Tennessee. He has a farm in Tennessee, and he's gone. He left Croatia. He went over to Europe. He's going through all the museums, all the old churches, all the military bases, anywhere we can find this cycle. What has triggered this event in the past? There's nothing to show it. And to give you a little bit of feeling a little better, the last time we were in that gas giant alignment, the water didn't come up onto the land. Last time we were in that alignment. So, but our atmosphere was not weakened by 25% last time, 2,600 years ago, when we were in this gas giant alignment, where Saturn, Jupiter, those are the 2 large gas giants, Uranus and Neptune, those are the 4 large Jovian stars, guys. They're the 4 largest Jovian stars in our solar system. They're all gas. They're not rocky bodies. They're gas giants. And they all have their own magnetic fields, and they all produce magnetism like I showed you. So they've got to be ready. What I think that I'm saying, what proves to me, in my opinion, in my studies, is here we go. Here's another image. I was looking for that, guys. So here's the same image for you guys again, a little bit more clear of what it's going to look like. You see that square? That's Earth in the middle, sitting, next to the sun in that first loop. Those other 4 are Jupiter, Uranus, Saturn, and Neptune. So that's 10, 24, 24. There's the date in the program showing that there's multiple programs where you can go spin where the stars will be at in the future and go spin them back in history where they were at. And this is what is called the heliocentric model, meaning that the sun is in the center of the universe. If that's your belief, I don't believe this model. I believe in a different model, but this is the model I'm showing you. Okay. And it's not going to matter with the model. It's still going to be affected the same. It's still going to form that square. So this is the same exact alignment that was in 79 AD. See what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to predict anything, guys. This isn't a prediction. I'm not in here going, come in my tent, let me rub on my ball, and I'm going to tell you where the stars. I'm not telling you that. This is astronomy, not astrology, okay? I don't have some theory behind this. This is what happened. I'm telling you what happened before. I'm giving you historical, biblical record. You take this information and you do with this whatever you deem necessary. But in my eyes, what closes the deal for me, that tells me that this is the event that they have been planning for. There would be an event, you know, a global type event, and not just the America event that I think is coming next. I think America is going to disappear, you know, this control before this event happens. This is 10/24/24. I'm showing you the April 8th with this Nineveh sign, with this foreshadowing of what is about to come, because I think it's foreshadowing of the destruction of the country that I live in, America. And I actually want it to happen. I want America to fall. I hate America. I think America is sickening and disgusting, and we go around and unalive women and children using our militaries. I know, I'm a veteran. I'm guilty. So it's not something that we should have ever done. Our founding father of this country said no foreign entanglements. We have 800 military bases in over 180 countries. We need to bring all those military people home. We need to close all those military bases. We need to stop policing the world. This is ridiculous. We have border problems. If we just brought home all our militaries, that solves our financial budget, and that we've having problems with all these finances. And, you know, the $1 trillion military budget. And then we got safe borders, and we got Marines, semper fi, hoorah, tip of the spear, right at the borders. They love battle combat, right? We'll put them right on the front lines. We'll put the Army right behind them. We'll put all our Navy sitting on all our coastlines. We'll be secure again in this country. There will be no immigrants coming in here, right? We got all our militaries around us. And then we won't be around policing the heck and stomping and putting the boot in the neck of all the nations around the world, because that's what we have done. And I'm not going to sit there and say we haven't. I'm not going to let history roll by and say we haven't, because that's exactly what we've done. Forced every nation for over 50 years to pay for our oil with the US dollar. So we get what we've got coming, guys, in America. So just take it on the cheek, turn your cheek like God says, and you know, actually don't do that. Get away from people. Do what I'm telling you. Don't fight with nobody. Get the heck out of these cities. They're dangerous. All over these cities are absolutely dangerous. There's way too many people. The number one killer will be population density, guys. You just mark my words. That means the more people you have around you, the better chance that you have people that are unprepared, and they're going to come try to take your things. So you might try to find yourself a place away from this confusion and hassle. Yeah, me too, Sipes, but there's still good people out there, right? I hate this country, but I don't leave. There's still good people all over the world. God's people are everywhere, guys. God's people are everywhere. One race, the human race. Just act like a human being, please. I believe it's in Israel. I could be wrong about the location. What do you think is going to be in Israel there, Nash? I'm ready to go to the farm. Yep, it's time to go to the farm, guys. Time to get away from society. It's time to still be aware. Watch. We can all have our internets and all have our phones, you know, and we can stay in touch or have laptops, but we need to be growing gardens and putting up food and having organic livestock. A horse, yeah, you need a horse. Definitely need some modes of, you know, transportation. That would be a good idea. A mule, a donkey, something, you know, that doesn't, a 1 horsepower. There is a great idea, you know, but we should be forming small breakaway communities right now. That is what is going to be successful If 20% of the American public just stop filling out the W-2, you know what I'm saying? I asked if the square alignment you're representing the black keyboard. See, sure, the Cabra, that's Saturn. That's their worshiping of the cube and the Cabra. It's very similar. It's actually the tree of life, is what it is. Gosh, I don't have that. That's in my other phone. This matches the tree of life, guys. If you see the tree of life and you see the way these stars line up, they all line up just like the tree of life. It's beautiful what we're about to witness. I love it. I love it. The whole world's going to miss it, guys. The other thing I want to show you here, let me see if I can find this. Another thing they're not telling you. Okay, another thing I'd like to show you guys. We have entered the 6th extinction event. When we hit on 12/21 of 2020, we hit what is called the 12,000 year cycle. Okay, 12,000 year cycle. 6,000 years ago was the half cycle, which was the Noah event. So we're 6,000 years into the future, is now at 12,000 years. Okay, every extinction event has been marked through the paleoclimatology records. Like an ice cream sandwich has got like chocolate and vanilla and strawberry, right? All the different layers. Our Earth has strata layers throughout the Earth, and we can tell all the different events that have happened on this Earth. And we can go back through ice core data records in the ice core and tell between all these different events, they can go back in history and tell when we've had every extinction event, every global, catastrophic event is marked, and it's all been documented. And I'm not sure if you've seen this before. I'll show you this image again. This is the celestial wheel. Okay, it is the Maltese cross. You may have not seen this, but this says potentially civilization ending catastrophic events of the last 150,000 years or previous great cycles. Okay, this is a map that we're going to be looking at. Okay, so these are the catastrophic civilization ending events that have happened in the history before. Okay, there's been 5 extinction events. We've actually entered the 6th already. We entered that back on 12/21 of 2020. This map that I'm going to show you has all the dates. See if I zoom in here. Let's see if I can do this. If I zoom in, you can see each one has a date on it. Darn it. See, all of them has the date that it happened and the event. And then that's marked down on these lines. So what I want to show you is that every event in history that's ever happened, we're down here right now, guys. This is where we're at on this cycle right here. This is where we're at right there in Aquarius. We've hit the 6th extinction event on the 12,000 year cycle. They've known of this, guys, before any of us were born, before our parents were born, before their parents were born, before their grandparents were. They've known of this for thousands of years. What I'm showing you here is that every time there's one of these events happen, notice if I just tilt that at like the 12, that would be the 12, the 6, the 3, and the 9. So every one of these happens on the line. Notice not on the yellow and not in the gray. Not one of them. Not any one of them. On the line. Ding, ding, ding. On the line. Ding, on the line. Hey. On the line. 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 They know of this, guys. Don't tell me they don't know of this. They're very well of what is happening and what is about to happen. They've known of this before any of us were ever born. That proves right there they know exactly when these events happen. So this isn't a guess, guys. We're down here in Aquarius. We're going to make it. Now listen, I've studied extinctions. There's been 5 events that have happened on this earth. We still got potatoes and bananas and apes and carrots and zebras, and humans are still here. And Everything, guys, everybody thinks that an extinction event means things that they die off. That's not how an extinction event works. Species die down. 10%, 20%, 30%, 50%. That causes an evolution, not like growing another thumb or like a kickstand you can lean on or something. It's the other species evolve because the other ones die down. Everything that's still here, no, cops are going to go home and collect their paychecks just like they did during the don't worry about cops or the government. Worry about the people who don't have any food. They're going to come try to take yours. Cops proved themselves during the COVID. They're stand-down failures. Everyone needs to turn in their badge. They failed the American public. They're failures. Everyone. There's not one good cop in America. They're all failures. I'll tell anyone to their face. You guys, extinction events happen when species die down. So if there's still butterflies and giraffes and elephants and bears and lions and tigers, oh my, everything already made it through the last 5, guys. There are a lot of us that are going to make it through this next event, okay? Species will die down, but this isn't going to be that event, guys. That's not how extinction events work, okay? Do not let them put you in fear. And remember, it says in the book of Jeremiah, be not dismayed at the ways of the signs of the heavens, for the heathens are dismayed. Don't be a heathen, please. Don't be a pagan. Listen, I'm not trying to cause you dismay. I'm telling you how these celestial markers are. He sends people to this earth to obviously discover. I've been blessed enough to take 30 plus years of studying this. I know how this is going to work. I don't know everything. I don't have all the answers to the universe, but I have cycles that I can show you. I have things that I've studied, and that's all I'm trying to show you. I have a little bit of a theory on the water overlay, but you can't tell me that when I show you, I keep piling all this. I used to be a police officer, guy, and that's all I'm trying to do is like I would do to a judge, is present my evidence to you, and you determine what you'd want to do with it or not, okay? I actually don't want to try to change your opinion in any way, shape, or form. You believe whatever you believe. I know what I've studied. I know that I need to declare this to the people. I want people to see this. I don't want people to be taken like a thief in the night. And you know what's so beautiful? If I show this to you and God doesn't want you to see this, you're just gonna be like, huh? What's this guy talking about? You know, the magnetism, guys. We have positive and negative magnetism. When we get pinched in this earth, you know, that's what would be look like another, you know, positive, negative, red. You know, I'm trying to show you more idea of what's going to happen when we get pinched in between this magnetism. I believe that's going to be the event that sends this water up onto the earth, up onto the continents, and it has before. And so this map that I'm showing you is a mean map. It's come up less than this before, guys. It's not made it all the way to the Rockies before in this cycle. I can show you, I don't have all this, but you can go in the program and you can see the water coming up less before. It almost made it up to the Rockies. And there's a time that it made it up higher than the Rockies of this line. This is a mean. This is the average that I'm showing you, the average map. So what, again, that I think that the problem that I'm not having, guys, is that the problem is this federal overlay map. Okay, this is the problem. It's the red map's the problem. The red map is the problem that they're having with why my channel has been shut down. Look down here in California. Like it looks like a pair of ladies, you know, whatever, but those two dips down there, see that? Obviously, they bought up a little bit more.
Look at this edge right here. Look at all this edge right in here. Look at all this. Look at this line here. Over
Apologize for the bounciness.
Apologize, a little bouncy. I'm trying to use the.
But this is, you can't tell me they don't know that.
Perfect line up. Look at that.
Look at the edge of the Rockies. Look at where the red is bought. Look up there in Washington. Had a little bit different on the other. So down here in California.
2 different maps. But you can see. That's what they bought. So all the rest of this ocean out here, gone.
See, they don't. Why don't they want? Why haven't they taken over all this land over here? And why are they shipping all those immigrants where the blue is at?
Lines up right there.
I want an answer for that. Why are these immigrants going where the blue is at?
Tell me they don't know that. All that red is their land. We only get the white.
So what's left over here on the West Coast for civilians is the white.
That lines up.
The red is the federal.
Good edge up towards the top. All right. That is something you're not going to find anywhere else.
Nobody else has put this out on the internet, guys. So please give all glory to the Father here. This is him. I have paid and suffered tremendously since I put this information out.
They don't know about this. This is a cycle.
And since I've been starting to reveal this for you, this channel is going nowhere now. And that's fine. Doesn't have to. Look at it. Look at this match, though. You can't tell me that they don't know this. So I know this is the event that they're getting ready for. I'm going to rest my case right there. And if I was to present my evidence to a judge, that's how I'd present my evidence and say, Your Honor, I don't call him Your Honor, but I rest my case. So you can't tell me that they don't know. And why have they not taken over the land east of the Colorado Rockies? And that's where the water mean map is going. They obviously got into the same program that I got into and did the mean overlay. And, you know, they have all the tech, guys. So, to follow the Holy Spirit through Christ Jesus. So, I don't know, guys. I don't, you know, I got to keep sending this message until they take this channel down too. I got to keep doing it. I mean, there's no way that they don't know about this. They didn't take over all this land. Do you realize it's taken them 30 years? This land wasn't just taken over recently that I showed you. That federal map, I'm watching that for 3 decades. I used to go up and down the Cascade Range. You know, I've been in the hills of California. They used to be open. And there was no closed gates, and it was easy to gain access. We used to go 4-wheel driving. I was not born in the woods in the country. I was born in the concrete jungle. But once I got out of the city and I saw the woods, I never wanted to go back to the city. I was like, oh, no. Hey, take me out, and went and drank a couple beers in the woods and hung out for the night and camped in a tent. And oh my gosh, I was like, I'd never want to see the city again, you know? So please don't panic because of this, guys. If you live in the US and you've seen the maps, I don't think it's going to happen all at one time. Again, that's why I keep trying to convey to you. I think it'll be like sorrows, like birthing pains. And I hope that I'm right. I just think by the time that the water washes up the first time, they're not going to let you move around in the country. They'll lock you right where you're at. Stay in halls, go inside, flatten the curve. That's right, another excuse. Why do you think they did what they did? You don't think they're getting ready for this event? This is exactly why they were getting ready for this event, guys. In my eyes, this is exactly what they're getting ready for. How is it that I show you the federal land and it matches where the water is going to wash up to? And it's taken them 30 years. You think this is going to be in another 50 years from now? Another 100 years from now? You think this is going to be in our kids' generation that this event's going to happen? I mean, I don't know, but what I'm telling you is it took 2,600 years to get the square alignment again. That's what I think is going to be the trigger. So that's what I present as my case, is the 4 gas giant alignment. And if it doesn't happen, then beautiful, guys. But also remember, after 5 or 10/24/24, in April, in May of 525, we swing out in front of the sun. And we are the only celestial body in front of the sun. All the remaining 8 stars, planets, whatever you want to call them, in our solar system are sitting behind the sun and we are the only one sitting in front of the sun. I have never seen that celestial alignment ever. Has the earth not just swung out in front of the earth and by itself with all the remaining 8 bodies? This is 4 bodies sitting behind the sun, guys. Well, there's actually more. If you see, there's more than just those are the 4 large gas giants. But all 8, after we come out of that alignment, the remaining bodies swing over behind the sun with us. You understand? And then we swing out in January. It's like, it's March, April, and then May. We're out in front of the sun, and there's no other celestial bodies with us. All the remaining bodies are sitting behind the sun. And then we have the bolides that sit out in front of us. It's us, the sun, and then all the remaining 8 bodies over here, and then the bolides sit right here in front of us. The bolides, these are all these big rocky bodies in our atmosphere. The bolides, us, the sun, and then all the remaining bodies behind the sun. If you know anything about magnetism, gee, I wonder what's going to happen there. So, yeah, it's going to get, you guys, it's going to get exactly like the word says. That's what I'm just trying to prepare you for. What is the word says? It's just going to get stronger and stronger, guys. And this is where I think this would be the perfect time, if you have the chance, to kind of make your exit stage left before people figure it out. You know, you want to be the one stuck behind the, the gate. You ever seen what that happens when all the sheep get stuck behind the gate and it's a little tiny trickle out that gate, and all they got to do is close that gate and you ain't getting out. If you look around, and I know in every major city, they have made sure that you can't get out. I'm a prior police officer. I'm a prior veteran. I know how to escort and high dignitaries, high-ranking officials, and people through hostile territories, enemy ambush zones. That's what we do as military police in the war. We're the first ones to battle, and we're the last ones to leave. Unfortunately, I know war better than most, and I'm not proud of it, but I know what they're doing. I see what they're doing strategically. God made me a tyrant and a police officer so that I could be here for this day, so that I know, so I could watch this traffic flow and watch these cities and watch all these D-files and all these things being strung on your nose, and you don't even have any idea what they are. All these cables and things being strung in these cities, you are not getting out. You're being pinned in already. And if you've ever been in a big city, it only takes 1 car to cause a traffic jam. In LA, 2 cars, and that's it. You're stuck there for hours. You ain't moving. You ain't going nowhere. Hours standing still from 2 cars is all it takes normally. They have to sometimes have to literally get another cop to get out and get the traffic going again, because you are not getting out of these cities. I'm telling you. You're not getting out of these cities. All these people, I'm going to run to the country. Well, remember what we got out here in the country. We got scopes and backhoes. Remember? Good luck getting out into this town. Unless you're a part of this town, you are not coming into this country town. No. We already know when you don't from this town, because you don't wave when you drive by. See, I live in a city where it's not a city. It's not a town. It's a township. This ain't even a town. People still wave in the town you drive down my road, you better wave. You don't wave, I know you ain't from here. So I live in a town where we know who the locals are and who they are. So if you don't fit in, I don't recommend you go running to a place where you're not familiar, because you're not going to fit in very well. You understand? Cool. Some of us are just country. So cool. That's awesome. But it's different in New Zealand too. It ain't like America. You don't have to deal with this nonsense in America. New Zealand's a beautiful place. There's some beautiful people in New Zealand. Very different than America. People in New Zealand are not like definitely the morals are different. Not everybody. You got your problems in New Zealand too, but there's still a lot of core value. California land, if not mistaken. The truth about that. Yeah. The Chinese own more land in Oregon than any other state. That's concerning to me, where I'm at, but I'm not concerned about that, guys. Really, again, I hope that you'll understand that I'm about 98% certain that they know about this event. And this will be a global event, guys. If you look, I didn't show all the maps, so there's nowhere that I wish I had maps for like Finn, to see what his government. I almost guarantee you, Finn, if you look around, you're going to find the same thing in your country, that they've taken over all that land to the south, and they don't want anything to do with that north. Look over there to the east of you, and look at the Aussies over there, and see if yeah, there you go. You guys better get a hold of me. So, who knows? I think coming April, guys, I think we're done. I love you guys, but I don't think this channel will be up much longer after April 8th. I think the internet in America is going to go down. It'll come back up, guys. It's not going to be permanent. This is not the end of the world, man. We got a ways to go for that seventh trumpet sounds. We haven't just made the first seal. Okay, we've only seen the rider on the white horse, just the first horse of the apocalypse. We still haven't seen the red horse, guys, until men start slaughtering each other. And that's going to happen, guys. It's going to happen, unfortunately. I really wish it wasn't, but that's what Scripture says. So that's part of one of the birthing pains, and it's part of the plagues. It's part of what we have to go through. So why be around that? Why not move to a place away from people now, before it gets too bad and they restrict your flow of travel? Don't act like they haven't done it already in America. Remember, I warned everybody when Mr. Abba Donald John was building that wall, greatest wall ever, which he never built, but everybody's talking about it. I'm like, they ain't going to let us out. What are you guys worried about building a wall? They're going to lock us in here. You worry about everybody coming in? They're going to lock us in. Are you crazy, you guys? And look at what he did. Look at what he did. They shut the border down and we couldn't get out during the virus, could we? Nailed it. So sometimes I get edified, guys, and it sucks. I'm like, gosh, man, I don't like telling people this, because I don't ever go, oh, I told you so. I just go, look back, see it happened. It happened. And I tried to sound the alarm before it did, because I want people to, you can't get out of the way of something you don't see coming, guys. Think about that, right? You can't get out of the way of something you see coming. And why is nobody responding? You guys, because if they told the whole world this, let me tell you, because it's not going to be a world-ending event, but it is going to take out a major percent of the population, I'm sure. Would you continue to go to work if you knew that this event was going to be, something like what I was saying? It was going to, let's just use this event that I'm showing, almost like what LM said. If they told this to the people on the East Coast, everybody would come out here to the West Coast, guys, right? You'd quit your job. You wouldn't work anymore. If they said it was the end of the world, and I'm not saying this is, but let's say, hypothetically, game theory, we're just game theorying it out. If August 8th was, or if April 8th was the end of the world, right? If April 8th was the end of the world, would you stop working a year ago? If the end of the world was, what would be the right time to tell people? What would be the right time it would be 5 years. The world's coming to an end, and it's not. But the world's coming to an end next Friday. Would 5 years ahead of time be the right time to tell society? Would that be the right time to tell society? 5 years out? If you knew the world was coming to an end in 5 years, would you continue to go to work? How about 3 years, 10 years? You know what I'm saying? What would be the right time to tell society that, hey, there's going to be this world-ending event, And how long would you continue to work? Would you go to your job? If there's somebody you had a beef with, remember that guy in high school, that person, that lady used to harass you, pull on your pigtails, whatever. Where you go back and seek revenge, vengeance, or see what I'm saying, guys? So why? So would 10 is 5 years out too soon, too late? Is 3 years out too soon, too late? Does that make sense? Why they're not going to tell anybody? Guys, if the world, not the end, and they already have announced it, guys. Look on the internet right now when you're done watching me ramble here, and look up sixth extinction event. Look up sixth extinction event. We're already here. We've already entered the sixth extinction event. You don't need to wait for anything to actually start doing something about this, guys. If you quietly just tell the people that you think that are going to do something about it, don't make an alarm. That way it won't cause too big of an alarm. Move slow and smooth and do things methodically. And if you have too much stuff, then great. Great. It's better to have and not need than need not have, right? So think about that. If they told everybody that, hey, here on the West Coast, and everybody figured out my overlay map, how long do you think it'd be before everybody on the East Coast would be moving out here to the West Coast? And there'd be nowhere out here to rent. There'd be how much would the price of houses be out here, right? Do you think the government can control everybody from the West Coast or the East Coast to move out here in mass? Not like a Blaze the Oregon Trail. I mean, like everybody moving in a heartbeat and oh my goodness, because that's probably what's going to happen the first time when that water washes up the first time. Because remember, I don't think it'll make it past the Carolinas. I think it'll definitely come into upstate New York, and New York City's all gone. Manhattan, that's all laying right at ground level. That's all done. Florida's gone. That's Florida be gone. Georgia and Alabama, they'll Washington, a little bit of that, because a lot of that's real low, but then it's going to probably wash back out and then wash back in again. So, but by that time, they're going to take control, and I don't think they'll let anybody move anywhere in the U.S. That's how wicked they are. They'll know it's coming, and they'll know that it's going to come in again, but they'll tell people, oh, no, it's fine, and they'll let it happen again, and they won't let nobody move. Or they'll put everybody on, oh, wait, it could happen again, but shelter in place. How many times have you heard that? Shelter in place. How long do you think it took it to get people to curl up in a ball and not do anything? So, so anyways, just know, guys, probably none of you guys are going to do anything about it, and that's okay. I did my part. I know I'm going to continue to try to do my part. If you choose to do something about it, great. That's awesome. But I don't think most people are going to do anything about this, guys, and I think that's why most people are going to perish on this earth, because they're not planning for this event. And the thing that's so hard to swallow for me is I see the elite, what we call the elite, getting ready. We see the rich getting ready. You know what I'm saying? I believe it's gone. Separated for a reason. I think about Justin, how his family didn't for his purpose. He became second in command. There you go. That's exactly what's happening right now, Nash. That's exactly what's happening right now. Yeah, don't live in fear, guys. Don't live in fear. God will protect you no matter where you're at. No weapon formed against you will prosper. Not even his. And he uses weapons. He uses the sun. He uses, wildlife against people, people, man, weather, whatever he wants. So don't live in fear. This doesn't cause you to live in fear. But if you can do something about it, hey, I hope that, like I said, if one person is successful at this because God wanted them to move to a place that was not in this particular location that I'm showing you, then it's on God. It's not going to be on me. Actually, I don't like putting this out sometimes because it really hurts my heart to think about what is going to happen to almost everybody. And I showed you it's a global thing. This isn't something that just affects the United States. This is it's a planetary thing. Every continent will be affected by it. Yeah, exactly. Please don't get me started talking about those darn things, man. Ugh. But I said, have you noticed, ever since those stones were knocked down, this has taken off at a breakneck speed, and they have not stopped. Man, they have mashed the gas pedal down since the stones. And since the stones have dropped, guys, boom, that's it. That's boom. Okay, we're not hiding it anymore. We're gonna, And so let me put some more wood on the fire here, guys. Pants, get down, you knucklehead. You gonna sit in my spot and I ain't gonna know where to sit. A puppy gonna try to come steal my spot. So, but yeah, it's hard to swallow this, guys. It really is, because imagine being the only person right now putting this out on the internet. Imagine being the only person putting this out on the internet right now. Not on any other platform will you find that overlay map of the oceans with the mean, and then the overlay are all the federal land that has been taken over by the federal government, either by means of force or federal buildings, or what do they call national parks, or yeah, And again, I think it's quite blatantly obvious that if they don't have any interest in, why isn't half of that East Coast red? Why is actually only just a couple little dots out there? And if you look at the dots that are on the East Coast, that's like areas that are in the higher lying areas, right? Believes in that's has elevation to it. So I just can't see that. I can't see them not knowing about this. And then I'm like, God, I hope this is like 100 years from now, But how? How could it be 100 years from now? You know what I'm saying? If there are those that truly want to, just get a hold of me. Just get a hold of me. Now's the time. Time to start making some moves, guys. I have plenty of food on this property. I have ways to build out more buildings here than I have. I'm willing to share my property, the buildings I have. If you can't come out here with anything but a car, I'm not looking. I need somebody with skill sets and people who are just motivated, Actually, you don't need to participate in any of this. It'd be nice to get 4 or 5 people out here, 3 or 4 people out here, and turn the TV off. I already know what's going to happen. I've read the Bible over and 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 over, it just, and all the other, and so I already know the playbook. It's not hard to know what's going to happen next. It's actually quite obvious. I just have to pick out some of this earthly stuff to go with it. But I think I already figured out what the cycle is. I'm talking and telling you about something that's happened over 2,000 years ago. This is an event that I think they're very aware of. We haven't seen this in over 2,600 years, guys. So it's been, we hadn't seen the Star of Bethlehem in over 2,600 years. There's been a lot of things that have happened that the world has missed. But it's put us in a place now to where, again, it's not so much about even as that gas giant alignment that I'm concerned about too, is that, that's going to be the cause, obviously, but it's the weakened magnetosphere. Magnetosphere is weak, and we're done. We're done. I don't know why they have not announced this to everybody. This should be something that all the governments should say, okay, guys, you know what? We were fighting with each other, but pretty soon stuff's going to come out of the sky that we're not going to be able to defend ourselves unless we get about 5 or 6 feet of dirt over the top of every one of us. We can still be on the surface, but we need to be ready at any moment to get under the ground. Like a tornado comes and we'll just get under there, and then the storm will pass by and the tornado pass over, and then we'll get back out. But we need to try to, they don't want to save anybody. They don't want anybody to they don't want anybody to survive, if you ask me. They told everybody to take the roll up your sleever, remember? Hey, at least during World War II, they were just going after one group of people. Now they're just trying to unalive everybody, if you ain't noticed that. They're not even trying to hide it. Oh, actually, I've been wanting to talk about this, guys. One of them was watch the guys will be amazed how this movie shows what he's teaching. Oh, nice. Interesting. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. I don't see us having years away from this event. And again, even years, because 10/24/24, there's not going to be another alignment like this. I don't see anything like this out another 2,000 years. It doesn't line back up in another 2,000 years. It did on this last cycle, and it is on this cycle, but I don't see it. So, and then, there's nothing, I've never seen the earth swing out in front of the sun like that ever. And they changed some of these programs recently, since myself and David Devine and a couple other of these people have been putting this out. They changed some of these programs, where they're harder to go back in history, and used to be able to go 500,000 years back in history on that program. And now you can only go back like 5,000 or 6,000 years, but you can still go back and see this alignment. You can still go into the future, and you can see that we've never seen this sun have just the earth in front of it, and then all the remaining bodies behind the sun. So I don't know what's going to happen there. I'm just trying to get through 10/24/24, to be honest with you guys. In my eyes, I'm not even, and I'm sure that day will come, but and I'm hoping that I'll be able to push through that, and I'll be prepared enough to make it through that, and I'll be on the other side, and I'll be one of these breakaway communities where we'll really try to feed people and have abundance. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want, guys. I want it. Like I said, it's better to have and not need than need and not have. And I want people to have abundance. When most people are just barely surviving, wouldn't that be great to be thriving at that point in time? Like to have more than you need, so you can actually help other people, lift other people up. That's what I've been planning on for decades. I want to help people. I don't want to unalive people. I'm already a veteran. I've already had enough of that nonsense. You want to go pick them up? You want to dispose of their body? You want to deal with them? How about I got an idea? We'll set up some kind of perimeter, and we'll throw them peanut butter. They look like they're diabetic. They look like they're having an insulin shock out there. They look like they're a mess. Throw them a spoon. Throw them a fork. Throw them some bread. Throw them something. Let's quell some of this violence with food. You know what I'm saying? And feed people in the future and grow back these communities when things, because you guys, I don't know when the end of the world's going to be. I don't think that's coming for a while. That could be a while off. In my eyes, we still have some time. That's years away. The whole end of the world, is that's years away. We're not there yet. Hold on to your horses. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so you guys, much love. Like I said, if you guys are hearing me, and I hope, like I said, just do whatever you can to just get yourself prepared. Don't even forget if the water overlay thing, I don't know what to do about that. But the 10/24/24 alignment will happen, and this earth will get rocked by weather. Okay? You can put the pause on the overlay map, but I don't think so, guys. Why would the government buy up all this land over here and not have any interest on the East Coast? You know what's really bothering me too, guys? It's been bothering me these last couple of days. Why are they moving all those people, those immigrants, to where I showed you that map is at? That's where most of these immigrants are going. It's scary. It's scary to think that they've moved all those people out there. And that's what would that cost? What would that cost? Maybe if they didn't lock down, like, I don't want to overthink it, guys, but I'm like, what if they didn't lock everything down and they just let those people run around like crazy? You know, what if they gave them special rights or something and they didn't lock you down, or you got locked down and they got to stay? Who knows what they're going to do? I don't think what they're going to do with those people is nice, though, to be honest with you. I feel like they're being set up for failure. Either way, everybody on the East Coast is being set up for failure in my eyes, you know, in one way or the other, regardless of the overlay map, because that's going to overburden all those systems out there. And you guys remember, they did this in Europe already. They flooded that nation with immigrants, and there was places that they called no-go zones. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't even, the cops wouldn't even go in there and enforce those things. You've seen those people in New York, you know, those immigrants beating the crap out of that cop. And then a bunch of them fled when they put them up on charges. And I think they found them out, or they fled to California. So, I don't know. Since I've been out in this town that I've I've seen maybe 4 guys, and I don't know who they were, and I haven't seen them since I went into town since. So this is a big open country, so they could be anywhere out here, but I haven't seen anybody out here. Did you go to the whiteboard? Okay, here, hold on 1 second. I've got my P.O. box in here, guys. It's written down here. Hey, you guys want to see what I had for dinner? Oh, I didn't have for dinner last night. I actually had for lunch. I broke out one of the old MREs. I had me the chicken noodle vegetables in salt. They didn't have this good of MREs when I was in the military. But I broke up the crackers inside of there, and I heated it up on the wood stove, and I didn't have to use the old, but it's good to go through and whatever once in a while. Even as a veteran, I saved the old heater and heated it up on the wood stove. But yeah, I had me some MRE. So, okay, there we go. Here's the that is Christmas Valley, P.O. Box 921. Oh, nice. Yeah, I won't drink. I looked at the LM. I looked at the ingredients on that drink powder and said, there's no way I'm drinking that. Sorry. I'm not putting that crap in my body, but I try to take care of my body. Like I said, I was always pretty tough on myself. So, and then I don't eat candy. I don't eat candy, so I didn't eat the Tootsie Rolls. So it's P.O. Box 921. That's Christmas Valley, like Pegmas Valley, Oregon 97641. And you guys, I'm sure you've seen this before, but this is my decode of why I believe that America is set for judgment. We're not too much. We don't have too much more time. What else we got in there? That had candy in it, so I didn't eat that either. I think that has like M&Ms in there, so I didn't open that up. I didn't eat too much of this because there's more junk in here than I forgot how much crap is in these meals. But when you're out in the field and you're hungry and you've been out, you know, and you eat this every day, you can't miss meals in the field. You got to make sure you eat everything you can get need all the nutrition. I don't know. I had the drink mix in there too, but I didn't drink the drink mix. Yeah, it had, trying to figure out what it said in it. It had some kind of, it's 97641. Oh, there we go. What did it say? It said ingredients. It says it's got, what did it have in it here? I just recently bought this, guys. I've never had something this fancy, but I got a headlamp. I finally bought myself a headlamp. I'm actually had this for a month, and this thing is bright, guys. Holy smokes. I don't know anything. So it's got sugar. It's got maltodextrin, citric acid, natural artificial flavors, red dye, number 40, lake, and absorbic acid, and it contains soy. So, yeah. I don't want none of that in my body. I don't want none of that in my body, so I didn't drink it. Maybe later down the road it wouldn't hurt me or something, but yeah, sorry, no Tootsie Rolls. I don't eat candy, so I didn't really eat. I didn't eat that much of that. But the chicken was good. No, that's fine. I'm weird like that, LM. Like I said, I'm 50 years old. I'm not a young man anymore, so. But yeah, that's got a lot of crap in it that we shouldn't be. What was it? Tropical Punch, right? So, but either way, it was kind of like I said, it's fun to open these up and. But there you go. Here we go. Triple X. X marks the spot. XXX, the alpha and the omega event. Remember, omega is X equals 24. He said, I am the alpha and the omega, the beginning and the end. X is 24. That's the end. Why do you think Elon Stinky Musk changed his name from Twitter to X, right? Signaling this X event coming, you know? The daemonion or the Draco or the devil comet. The devil is a distributor of lies. A distributor of lies or fortunes, right? So we got the devil comet. And we got the sun going the wrong way 3 separate times. Foreshadowing what is to come of the United States of America. Passing through 4 Ninevehs, passing through 7 Salems, passing through 7 Palestines. 4 Ninevehs. Remember Nineveh, the site of Jonah. Jonah was spit out right onto the belly of the land, and in the 40 days of the destruction of Nineveh, the sign of Jonah. It's going through 4 Ninevehs. Gee, I wonder what's going to happen to America. Triple X, get it? X, 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 X. Triple X, monster energy. Release the beast, va, va, va. 7 years from April or from August. From 17 to 24, 7 years. 7 is the number of completion. To be sevened. The letter alpha negates whatever follows. It cancels it out. Negates. X marks the spot. You have an X on your back. That's right. I don't know. I can't make it any more clearer for you that this is all hocus pocus. This is the way an eclipse happens horizontally. Remember, we saw our first eclipse happen diagonally. Remember, I showed you that. It's important enough for me to go ahead and tattoo that event on my body. There it is. There's the great red dragon. Look at that. The great red dragon eclipse. Boom. Shakalaka. Diagonal eclipse. Who else on this earth has that eclipse marked on their body right now? Who has the red dragon eclipse on their body from 2017? Okay. I didn't mark myself with this stuff, guys. This eclipse, again, here it is. Right here. Right there. I'm wearing it. You see it right there. diagonal eclipse. That's not an eclipse. That's not how the sun works. It's not how an eclipse works. That's a horizo. I could not take my shirt. I was showing you the eclipse. I have that same tattoo right here. Right here. How many eclipses do I have on my body? Well, I have multiple eclipses tattooed on my body, don't I? So, you guys, this is the way an eclipse happens. Remember, horizontally. The second eclipse happened. I called on my platform on TikTok when I hit 18,000 followers. I said, you guys, they're going to invert this. Remember, MasterCard, CVS, Under Armour. I kept seeing it. I said they're going to invert this eclipse. This only makes sense. It's an inversion. That's what the devil does. So if you go back on my platform on TikTok, you can see my live streams at 18,000 followers. I called this eclipse. I said, I seen them signaling, turn up, turn down, all this imagery. Under Armour, it's everywhere. It's in a lot of logos. I just picked it in one logo. And so the second eclipse that happened on October 14th started from the top and worked its way down, just like this. Remember? From the top down. And it made that black hole sun. It made the ring, like in their songs. Black hole sun, won't you come, wash away the rain. They're talking about this washing away of the rain of the Pisces. The black hole sun brings out from the era of Pisces the water into the age of Aquarius. They're signaling this. They're telling you this. They know this is going to happen, guys. They're foreshadowing what is to come of America. I believe this is foreshadowing the destruction of this new mystery Babylonian system. And from this point on, this is signaling the coming of the Va, the monster, the beast, the Antichrist, the one that unleash the beast, unleash the Antichrist system, turn the lights off, pitch black, drink the Mountain Dew, drink the Mountain Dew, drink the Maui Blast, okay? But in this case, drink the pitch black, lights off, lights out. Bye-bye, America. No mas. Adios. My very first channel ever that I did on this platform was called America Ever After. And I was talking about after this event. The very first channel I ever did on YouTube was a channel called America Ever After, talking about this date and these times and these events that were going to happen, knowing that the one day this country would be overtaken. The world would go on. I knew the world would continue. So I have talked about this date for well over almost 2 decades now. And we're here, guys. This is so amazing to be here. Look at this logo right here. This is the logo of the sun. Okay, I think they're going to do a full ring halo again. Full ring. So I think, again, my prediction is down here that this third event will come back across just like it should, but it'll perform. See, this is the Heliofont logo. Does anybody watch I Pet Goat? Does anybody know what that is? That's a Canadian animated series. There's I Pet Goat 1 and 2. This is the Devil Comet right here. This is the Devil Comet. This is the halo that it's going to form when it causes the shadow or the eclipse. But this Heliofont logo is April 8th. And they've had this logo out for how long? So they know about this. They're very aware. This is this date. This is this date. This is April 8th. This is April 8th. Yeah, I've been telling myself that for the first time forever, but can't give up on this yet. I've already got it built, guys. If you build it, they'll come. I already got most of it built. This is what I see. This is obviously, I cannot put, like I said, it travels through Salem, Oregon, through 7 Salems, 7 Jerusalems, and it comes out on the 33rd parallel, traveling from the west to the east. We see it again on October 14th, 2023. I had 5 hip campers out here. They all watched it in the sky. They had an amazing view. They were just blown away about the view out here. Marking this X, your first X, coming through Texas. Then in April, we're going to see the sun go the wrong way again, guys. It's going to travel from the west to the east. And this time it's going to travel through Little Cairo. The conjunction is going to be right here. It's going to cross in Little Cairo or Little Egypt. And it's going to pass through 7 Palestines, 7 Salems, Egypt, Jerusalem. Are you Nineveh? 4 Ninevehs. Pass through 4 Ninevehs. Are you serious? Yep, and they've already declared state of emergency. They did the same thing out here in Oregon, guys. Back here on August, excuse me. Yeah, it was August 21st of 2017. All these people over here on the coast of Oregon had booked rooms. They booked hotel rooms for $50, $60 a night. These people canceled their hotel rooms and price jacked them and charged them like $200 and $300 for their hotel room. So they called a state of emergency out here for a fake eclipse. It's pretty silly, guys. I found the lives. Oh, oh, guys, come on, guys. I'm not trying to cause it. That's not what I'm trying to do here, guys. But I just want you to know that they're very aware of this. I think the United States will continue on. But what I see in this country is I see blue helmets. Blue helmets. Blue. They just keep saying that over and over again. You notice they keep signaling blue, 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 blue. Everything like blue over there in Lahaina, right? The blue roofs, the blue, the blue, the blue. Project Blue, Blue Book, blue. It's Drink the Mountain Blue, right? So, it's cool. Well, yeah, I'm not going to cause. Actually, I want you guys to try to get ready and get your spiritual house in order. A lot of us are gonna make it through this, guys. I figure that too. If God wants us to make it through this is something you're gonna hear this message. You're gonna do something about it, and we are gonna be the remnant, guys. There will be a remnant. You understand? And I believe that I'm not trying to save my life. I'm lonely out here. I hate being out here on this farm by myself. It's very, it can get very lonesome and solitary at times. So. It's just tough to be here, but I got to keep my faith. Somebody said it, field the dreams. If you build it, they will come. But you guys, I want to explain something to you, and then I'm going to sit back down here for a minute, stoke my fire. Please be aware, back on, 12/21 of 2020, I want to show you something that I have one more sign that I'd like to show you here that I said. I call this the fig tree parable, okay? Or the parable of the fig tree, okay? And I'd like to show this to you because I know they're very aware of what they're doing here, okay? Yeah, I've been alone for 10 years, Ellen. Long time. But that's okay. This is the parable of the fig tree sign, okay? What I want to show you is they're very aware of what they were doing. They already knew that this event was coming. 2019, I tried to tell everybody back in 2012, even back closer, even before that, I was telling people about there would be a year that they would come and there would be a reset. Okay. What's happening, Normus? Thanks for coming in. 2019 would be the reset. Okay. The start of the reset, because that was the signal of the coming of the year 2020. So 2020, 2020 is year 0. And I told everybody that in 2020, that year 0 is going to be 2020. And everybody kept asking me, what are you talking about? I said, this is year 0. This is this is when they're going to reset everything in this world. Will start then. They're like, what are you talking about? I said, well, it's already started, but that's when they're going to announce their reset. Okay. And they've been talking about this reset for quite some time. But what I'm showing you is the reset is year 0. So 2021, right, would be the first year 1, 2022, year 2, 23, year 3, and then 24, year 4. So what happened in 2020, guys? What event happened in 2020? What changed? What happened in our lives in 2020 that changed for the world? Did anything change in the world in 2020? Or was everything just like 2019? Because there was something even greater that happened on this earth, that happened in the celestial heavens. All right, awesome. Hallelujah, LM or LM. Yep. This channel's been a blessing to me because I don't have anybody else that's on this channel. So, are you guys understanding what I'm showing you here? 2021, year 1, 22, year 2, 23, 2023, 24. Here we are in year 4. Year 4. Okay. So they started the reset. So if we know what also happened in 2020 is that year 0 was the year of the virus, right? The beer bug, remember? The roll up your sleever, the greatest jab ever. I don't know. I asked him, I told him I was going live, but he didn't, he was busy. He said he was out of, he had just gotten home. So you guys, what I'm talking about is they knew about this reset that would happen in 2020. Obviously, if you think that the beer bug was real, this probably isn't the channel for you. I don't think that the beer bug was anything close to real. I think it was all a big scam. And the spamdemic was the reset that they started, where they changed the whole world. What's more important than this, you guys, as well, is that on 12/21 of 2020, we left the age of Pisces when Jupiter, where did that go? Oh, when Saturn, remember Saturn? When Saturn, that's the second large gas giant in our solar system, when Saturn conjuncted Jupiter. Those are the 2 large gas giants in our solar system, right? There's Jupiter. Well, the light's not very good. There we go. There's lighting on it. And Saturn conjuncted each other in the night sky. That was called the Great Conjunction on 12/21 of 2020. We left the age of Pisces and we came into the age of Aquarius. Welcome to the new age. Whoa. So that's the new age, guys. This is what the reset. They knew that not only would be, this is leading a whole new celestial age. And that's when I told you guys on that wheel that I showed you, that's when we hit that 12,000 year mark. 12,000 year. 6,000 years ago, half cycle. 12,000 years, we're 6,000 years into the future. We've hit the 12,000 year cycle, 12/21/2020. We left the age of Pisces. Black old sun, won't you come wash away the rain? The age of Pisces, the age of Aquarius, right? So this is the age where they knew this was the signaling of what was to come of the new age, which would be the age of Aquarius. So we're here. We're here. We made it, guys. That's what's so beautiful. I don't deserve this understanding that God has shown me, guys. It's hard to believe sometimes some of the stuff that I've had, the time and the blessing and the just the time to study some of these things. Oh, I got kitties barking at me at the door. Do kittens want to go outside, kittens? Do you hear Banner out there? It's snowing. It's snowing. Again, more snow. Oh, hail snow. We got the old hail snow going out there again, guys. Be sicker than I've ever been. Oh, yeah. So we've already left the age of Pisces. Brothers and sisters, I'm telling you, there isn't too many people on this earth right now that know that we've entered this new age. That's a tiny number of people. So this is a beautiful time. What an amazing time to be on this earth right now, where 99% of the world does not have any idea that we're in a brand new celestial age. And we're in the age of the apocalypse, the age of revelation. That's what the Aquarius sign is the water bearer pouring out its knowledge, right? The living water on Fomalhaut, Pisces, the fish. So what a beautiful time to be blessed with this ability to see these things in our celestial sky. I sat out here in one of the most beautiful skies. I've been to all 50 states in the United States, guys. I've lived in Alaska. I've been to Dead Horse. I've been up to the top of the world there. I've lived in Hawaii. I've lived out in the middle of the ocean. I've never seen a place like I've seen the stars in this night sky out here. It is unbelievable. And to be a witness to the Great Conjunction, yeah, I'm a target. Absolutely, Sipes. My whole life is affected by it, but that's never stopped me ever. I stood up during the COVID. I'm one of the few men, I don't know if you can say it, I don't want any special treatment or anything. Do you know any men that stood up to the government, that stood up to their sheriff's department, that stood up to the mayor, that stood up to the governor during COVID? Like, seriously, like stood up. Like I held protests in front of the police department. I had city council members come out. I had gotten all these political pundits, puppets involved. And I fought with the sheriff's office to try to stand with the businesses so they wouldn't be closed down, not flatten the curve the second time. People told me I was going to be thrown in prison, and that it was a national security, and that because they were, this was this big scamdemic, that I was risking being, taken by the Department of Defense, or I don't know. Some of the things they said to me, but it never stopped me from helping to stand up for the rights of this country. And I was more concerned about the rights of the people in this country, not only the people in this country, but more so too the people in the community that I live in, that I have bought in property. I'm 50 years old, and I've been to all 50 United States, and I've never bought property. I've been in the option of buying property, but I backed out. I got cold feet. I couldn't set up roots, but I own property in this town. So I'm not going to let them, I don't care if it's a national emergency or what, I'm not going to let them run roughshod out here on the people in this community. And that's what they were doing. And so I caught a lot of hell for that, guys. People in this town gave me a bad time. A lot of the people just really said a lot of horrible things about me. I was just, because I wouldn't wear the mask. From the beginning, I warned everybody before it ever happened, before they'd ever announced, before, Mr. Warp Speed ever announced the jab and nothing, I went around and I screamed out as loud as I can, just like I'm doing now with this overlay map. I'm way ahead of this. And I announced before the bug was ever a thing. I went around and I told everybody in this town, you guys better pay attention to me. I'm seeing something here. And I just studied this, and I found out that they have done this event. It's called Event 201, where they've got the World Health Organization, the CDC, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, John Hopkins. All these organizations just held this event meeting, and it was held in New York, a roundtable discussion where they said if there was a bug released out in a worldwide, it was a big, they had commercials. They even handed out little stuffed animals and stuff. You never to guess what the name of the virus was. The corona. They didn't even hide it. They didn't even hide it, what they were doing. And so when I saw that and I put that together and I saw China had locked down with only 11 people, I went and screamed to the mountaintops. Everybody here, I went and made a big deal. They're like, oh my God, Tracy, here you go again. Here you go again. But guess what, guys? I wasn't wrong. And look what that turned into. That turned into the beer bug, didn't it? To the roll up your sleeve, or the greatest jabba dabba do ever in warp speed. And there's still people driving around with face diapers on, right? So I'm not wanting any glory for that, but you can go ask everybody in this town, was he making a big deal before it happened? Oh, yes, he did. And then he was making a even bigger deal about the mask. I caused a huge scene out here, you guys. Like I said, I ended up getting this county locked down because we didn't have any cases out here, and they still locked us down after I held the protest in front of the police department and then pissed the county off and the sheriff off and the governor off. And then everybody's really pissed off at me here. Oh, no, we were doing fine out here, Tracy, until you got all involved in all this crap. Well, yeah, we better get involved in this. Pretty soon they're going to come out here and stick you guys. What are you talking about? You guys, you don't understand. They're eventually going to jab all of you guys. What are you talking about, Tracy? This is just it's not that, you guys, this is going to lead to a sticker. They're going to want you to play, Pokemon, play poker here. To get your greatest people. What are you talking? Yep. That's where it's going to lead. If they can get you to put on this stupid face diaper, this ritualistic shame muzzle that they got you guys wearing, don't you remember? I'm a veteran. I wore a mask so you don't have to wear one. Tell them no. Tell them no. Just walk in the building and tell them no, thank you. And just do your business. Stop acting like you guys have been cauterized. Search the word virus. Look it up, guys. Look it up on the internet. Google it. DuckDuckGo. Ask it if it's a living organism. Ask it if it's alive. Just say, is a virus alive? It's going to tell you it's not. What the hell are you freaking out for? You can't catch something that's not alive. Debunked it in 30 seconds. That's right. What are you guys doing? I know a lot more about virology and wearing my face covered. I'm a veteran. Don't you remember us veterans? We have to wear full face, full dawn, full. You can't have facial hair in the military because you have to have a seal around your face. You have to cover your ears. If this is so deadly, why is nobody covering their ears? Your eyes are wet. What are you guys talking about? This is a scam. Oh, Tracy, come on, man. I said, no, this is a scam. You can't tell me that covering your face, your eyes and your ears are wet as a veteran. Why do you think we have to don a full mask? I've been subject to nuclear, biological, chemical environment. This is not real. You guys are out of your minds. Oh, stop it, man. You don't care about the old people. Remember all that stupid nonsense. Never forget what they did to this country, guys. Stand on the X. Go inside. Push your little buggy down the cart because you won't get the bug. If you push your cart this way, the bug won't get you. Remember? It doesn't go into the big Walmart, the blockchain store, but shut down your small business. You middle, people that employ 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 12 people. Where's all the hazarded bins? If this thing is a safety environment, what are we doing with all these masks? I put out memes. Oh, I've noticed that my neighbor, he's been wearing the mask for 2.5 weeks. It's real dirty. Should I turn him into the World Health Organization? Should I turn him into the police department for the good of public safety? I was the meme master, guys. So I really upset the apple cart during the COVID, and I stand back now and I look at it, and I'm so glad that I did, because I don't know there was only one other man out here that stood with me in this town, and he stood with me, and I knew him from back in high school. He was out here. Me and him, we used to go scrap out at the lake when we used to have the town to the north, and we were the northern town and they were the southern town. And we used to go meet out the lake and beat the living crap out of each other. And when we were all done, the last man standing got the title for whatever the town was. And then we'd all go jump in the lake and drink beer and do things we shouldn't be doing. But we had a good time. But he was, he's a guy, he's a tough guy, and he's always been, I've known him, and he's a good dude. And he stood up out here with me. And nobody else wanted to stand up until I actually held rallies and started getting some more. But nobody wanted to stand out up here. Everybody was all afraid, and and people used to look at me, because I wouldn't go to the store with the mask, and they come in and give me the stink eye and look me up and down like I was the bug, like, ooh, you don't like old people, you're not wearing masks, you're going to spread your, I don't regret none of it, guys. None of it. I am so glad that, what I'm saying, that I didn't, I didn't go along with none of that crap. And so I never got arrested. The Department of Defense never came and picked me up. They never put me in Guantanamo Bay. That was the other one. You're going to get thrown in Guantanamo Bay, Tracy. You're always doing this crap. This is not the time to be doing this. This is a national emergency. This is your time to stand down. Old people are dying because of this. You don't like old people, do you? So, like I said, I don't know anybody. I don't know any other men during the COVID that stood up and fought their governor. I fought with the governor. They were the one who were doing it. Remember, it wasn't even hardly the feds. It was just them with their talking heads, with their greatest respirator ever. Remember? Yeah, every time I went to town or whatever, I'd be the only person in all of Bend, Oregon. I don't shop very often in town, but I go to the Walmart once every few months, or there'd be 100 people in the Walmart. I'd be the only person in there without a mask, and I'd be walking up and down the aisles going, oh my God, he's got breath coming out of his face. People were, oh guys, I got to tell you this. I think it was last week, I was in the Dollar General, and I was standing in line, and everybody was about 3 feet apart. Nobody was the 6 feet apart. And the lady behind me sneezed. And I waited like 2 seconds, right? I said, hey, aren't you glad it wasn't during the COVID? I said, don't you ever forget what they did to us. I said, do you remember how tense it was during the COVID? If somebody like you would sneeze, I said, you could go out in public and the air was so, so thin you could break it, because of how tense the air was when somebody would say, oh my God, they sneezed. You remember that crap? Never forget that, guys. Never forget how hot, oh my God. You remember that crap? Never forget what they did to us, guys. Never forget that. Never, ever, ever forget. Get out of here, Paul. You get out of here. Never forget, they stomped on the boot of the nations, and you're in here going, live in the present, not the past. Yeah, just go ahead and let them do it again. Stand on the X, Paul. Put on your ritualistic your face diaper there, your shame muzzle. Do you have a profile picture wearing your face diaper? Good for you. How many boosters did you get? How many roll-up sleevers did you get? Never forget what they did to the whole nations, guys. They did this lockstep to every nation. Every nation. Yeah, well, you never wore one, and guess what? You won't hear anything else I say, because I'm not going to keep company with vipers, or I'm not going to cast my pearls before swine. You're out of here. Tell people don't live in the... Never forget what they did to us, guys. Never forget they made you push your buggy down the aisle in one direction. You couldn't push it down the aisle. You know what I used to do? I used to walk in the other direction, whistling in the opposite direction. So, no, Never forget what was done to us so that they won't ever do that to us again. And never forget that all the police in America stood down when most of these police departments, and I'm a prior police officer and a prior veteran, they all have, you know, Bearcats and MRAPs and big armored vehicles. You know what I'm saying? They could have taken and put all those in front of the churches and all the small businesses. Instead, they didn't. They just went home and collect paychecks. And you could have pretty much just done anything but run somebody over during the COVID, and they didn't mess with you. The cops stood down. So the cops are failures, and they need to all turn in their badges, and every one of them that's on duty right now is enforcing capital letter law, and they're not going after the cops that didn't stand up in front of our businesses, so they're all failures. So every time you see a cop say, hey, you're a failure, and you should turn in your clown suit, you jackboot thug. Stop enforcing capital letter law and stop enforcing crime, victimless crimes. You tyrant. You stood down for 3 years during the COVID and you didn't do anything but collect your paychecks. Go home. We don't need to be police. I don't care about your stupid defund the police crap. You are a failure. And now you're serving. If you didn't serve during the COVID, you're a failure because you're not going after those cops saying, hey, what if this ever happens again? No, don't worry about what they did in the past. Yeah, that's what I tell the cops when I see them. You're a failure. You're a failure. You stood down during the COVID. You could have protected these small businesses, but the bugs stayed open, or the big box chain stayed open, but you didn't stand in front of the small businesses, did you? Oh, we're sorry, ma'am. We're sorry, sir. We're not flattening the curve here this time. We already did that last time, and we're not doing that. So don't mind our sheriff or our deputy out there or the city or the state. Just go around them. Don't mind that armored vehicle. We're just here to make sure OSHA never comes in here. That's the day we don't want OSHA coming in here. We're not going to do that again. We're not doing curbside delivery here. This is normal business as usual in here, guys. We apologize about the armored equipment, but hey, just don't mind that. Just walk around that. We'll serve you. You kids can take a picture with the tyrants if you want. No, if they did that, they wouldn't have been tyrants, would they? But they stood down during the COVID. I hate police officers. Every time I see a police officer, I let him know that. We just had a new guy come in town here, and I let him know he's never been talked to. I guarantee nobody's ever. As soon as he walked in that building, the guy I was sitting with, he waved to him. And as soon as I said, you know what? These cops and these sheriffs of this town are failures. They stood down during the COVID. They could have stood with these businesses. They could have done something about it. I asked them to do something, and they didn't. Yeah, actually, the elected sheriff out here, he's a pile of crap. He wouldn't even. I've asked him to come to my house. Maybe he won't come to my house because I stood against him during the COVID, and he's afraid of me. Just like the district attorney leaves the building every time I go into the courthouse down south. He won't even stay in the same building as me. What a bunch of tyrants. There's not one good cop, right? This guy's getting his hot dog and putting the mustard, he didn't even turn around and say a word to me. You know, if I was a law enforcement officer, I would have turned around and said, you know what, sir? Because I said they're all public servants and they stood down. So they're failures. I would have turned around and said, you know what, sir? You know, I just got in this town and I don't know who you are, but I don't think that way. You know, hey, let me see if I can get a meeting with the sheriff with you or something. You know, why do you think that way with us? You know, I that's not me. And nothing. He didn't say nothing. He didn't even turn around because he's a failure. He's not a public servant. I was just dogging him with the truth, and he couldn't even turn around and say nothing to me. Nothing. This is a new guy. So I'm so glad that I said something, because I'm sure when he went back to his buddy's car and they're like, that's Tracy Werner. Leave him alone. Don't mess with that guy. He'll give you hell. Don't. He'll audit us. He's already got a lawsuit. If he wants to file, we can file a lawsuit. He hasn't filed it. We already set our cops up for failure. So cops are tyrants. They're failures, and they could have stood with the American public. Our founding fathers warned us about a standing army, and that's that standing army I'm warning you about. They're all heavily armed to the teeth, and they want to dump clips in you. You're public enemy number one, and all they want to do is extort you, steal from you, and rob you using corporate mandates, ordinances, and codes, and enforce capital letter law, you're straw man, because you're too ignorant and you don't understand your rights, and neither do they. They get to enforce it every single day. So I have just the utmost disrespect for police officers in America. This is supposed to be the most free country in the world, and they stood down and collect paychecks. So when you see new officers that are on duty, they're failures too, because they should be stealing these cops. Because remember when they came to my house, when I was trying to get the elected sheriff to come out to my house to deal with some of this crap, he won't come to my house. He won't even call me. He won't even call me. He won't have nothing to do with me. He's afraid of me. Because as I said the last time that I audited these police officers, and I called for the sergeant to come out and talk to me, when he pulled out, when I left him and I said, hey, you remember during the COVID? You stood down during the COVID. You didn't protect this community. You didn't do anything for this community. You stood home and collected your paycheck. So guess what, Tom? I am the law in this town. If anybody asks, I'm the law in this town, okay? Because I served this community when you didn't. So remember that as you drive off, that I pay for your paycheck for your vehicle, and you serve me, okay? And you serve this community. You better remember that. But I'm the law in this town, and I've warned everybody before any of this COVID ever happened. Any of this stuff, I warned you that something was going to come to this nation. I made sure that you had your little recording thing on so that you'd have it recorded. And I told you, I told everybody in this town, Tom, that you're a failure. You're a failure. And that you will not, because Tom, they're going to call you. They're going to call you. You're the law in this town. You're the sergeant. You're the one they're going to come to when they dial 911. And I told everybody that you're going to tuck your tail and you got to go home and you got to collect your paycheck, Tom, and you're a failure. You're recording this, right, Tom? That's what I've told everybody in this town. That's what I see out of you, okay? This is before the COVID ever happened, so you know. So I've been on these people since day one, since I've been in this community, because, these people are out here. They run this Billy Bob system, the Billy Bob. And I'm not going to let that run roughshod on the town and the community that I live in. Remember, I don't do my dump in my backyard. I own property in this town, so I will not let the law run roughshod. I'm the reason this community, this code ordinance officer don't come out here anymore, because I told him that I've instructed these people in this community. I've gone on, I posted on the local page. Here's your rights. Here's your Fourth Amendment rights. They can't enter your property. This code ordinance officer is in your property, and you have the right to use your Second Amendment and deem him an intruder. And I went and talked to the district attorney and to the sheriff and said, you're going to have this man unalived. You're going to have him. He's not a bad guy. He actually has a family member. I've talked to him, and he's trying to do his job. And you guys have him entering in people's property, which is illegal. That's against their Fourth Amendment. They have the right to be secure in the houses, papers, persons, and effects. And if you have this ordinance officer, I don't care if it's the federal government comes out on this property. You do not have the right to enter anybody's property in this town. You need to do that through their mailing address. So just remember when you took that last officer and you tried to run them on the side roads, and that didn't work last time, huh? Because everybody started pew-pewing at him. Well, that's going to happen to this guy, and he's going to end up getting unalived, and you're going to get sued. You are going to get sued because you're sending code ordinance officers out on people's property. You do not have the right to enter their property. I don't care for an inspection or whatever. You need to contact them through their mailing address. This man is going to end up being unalived, and you're going to have a lawsuit against you. You better stop sending him out. And they don't send him out anymore, guys. I take care of this town. I get a lot of crap in this town, but you know what? Like I said, I am the law in this town. I want to make sure that nobody can walk on the people in this town when I live here. And until they come take me away in a little van or whatever, and I have people, hey, there's cop there, you got the feds out there watching you, Tracy. So what? You don't think they've been watching me? They've been watching me for decades. I'm not afraid of the feds. They're a corporate entity. They're an alphabet soup agency, and they don't hold any rights over me. I can get the elected sheriff out here and him to run the feds off, but I can't get the elected sheriff to even come out here. So what do you think I'm afraid of the feds for? I'm not afraid of the feds. The feds are a corporation. They're just an alphabet soup agency, NSA. Oh, national security. Well, if I'm not that big of a threat to national security, then come take it. but you got to get me to admit to who I am first, don't you? And you can't do that. But see, guys, remember, I've had people, that's what I had a couple of people come to me during the vid. They're like, Tracy, I know my rights too. Remember the National Defense Authorization Act? You remember under Obama, he passed that so that they can detain an American citizen. They don't have to give your family notification. They don't have to give reason why they detain you, and they can indefinitely detain you. You're going to get picked up, Tracy. They're going to take you away. I'm like, well, good. Go ahead. You know? So I'm not going to stand down, guys. I'm not going to stand down. So I don't care about the feds. I don't care about the sheriff. I care about God. God is watching me. God will judge me. You cannot live by the sword, or you live by the sword, you die by the sword. So I'm going to go by God's law. And if somebody tries to unalive me in the meantime, then so be it. I don't want to die by no cop, by some sucker cop, some tyrant. No, thank you. But if that's God's demise for me, then that's God's demise for me. I'm not going to sit there and live my life in fear. And I didn't live in it for fear during the COVID, so I surely don't fear standing up and putting this federal overlay map. So has it caused me hell? Yes, guys. I haven't sold a thing since then, and that's how I make my way. So I've been shut down electronically. I cannot drive any traffic to the Predestined for Light TikTok channel. With live streams not going, there's no channels. I've had 100 people in this live stream on a Saturday night, have 10 people go over and sign up, and nobody shows up over there. As soon as I started showing this water overlay map on this channel, I can go post a video and show you my analytics. It's come to a screeching halt. They're not sending any new traffic to this channel. If it is, it's just a trickle. I'm not getting the, so that's okay. I don't regret it, guys. Nothing that I've ever done. And I'll know that, like I said, when I look back in history, I can't think of another man that stood up during the COVID. And that sucks, because there should have been more people that stood up during the COVID. And I made it through it. I didn't get put in prison. I'm still here, living on this land that I was going to get taken off of, and they're going to come pick me up in the middle of the night in their little white van. All the threats that they made to me, all the threats that the farmers made to me when I first came out here. So no fear, guys. Remember, you can't serve two masters. You can't serve Mammon and God. So I don't know what your agape is. I don't know what your law is, but I don't follow mandates, code, or ordinances, because those aren't laws. And I don't go on dates with men, so I don't follow mandates. Sorry, not in my, I just don't, that's not how I don't, yeah, not on, don't do that side of the fence. So, oh, they are, guys. The stars are, I should stop talking about it, because I can't stand, you guys obviously can't stand. I used to be a cop, guys. I used to be a cop, so I've had this shoe on the other foot. But you guys remember, when I was a law enforcement officer, I used to have a call a woman to search a woman. If I pulled over a female, I had to have a female officer come frisk an officer. Nothing is like that anymore. These cops are, it's sickening. It's sickening what they do. They're tyrants, and most of them don't even know the law. They don't know the first, constitutional rights. They don't, and whatever. That doesn't make them innocent, though. I'll tell you that. It doesn't. It makes most of them a bunch of jackboot thugs, is what they are. Go out and harass and extorting the general public, all heavily armed, wearing the same color. When I was in law enforcement, that was called the definition of a gang. Yes, it was in the 90s. That was the definition of a gang. That's how I was trained, and I have gang certification as well as a lot of other certification, and that was what a gang was called. So what do you want to go outside for? It's snowing out there. It's windy. It's nasty. I'll let you out, but yeah, it's still snowing out there. Still snowing. Yeah, that's what they are. They're glorified. Well, they're clowns. Look at they all wear a bunch of they're actors. They're all wearing the same color suit. They're all dressed up. I know. I used to dress up like a thug myself. So, but right, what time we got, guys?
I think I'm going to take a break here. I might give a pause and come back on here in a little bit. What time we got? 11:10. All right. Yeah. Hey, you guys, give me a pause here. I got to throw some more wood on the fire. I let the kitties out, so I'm gonna go figure out where they're at. It's starting to snow out there again. We got some snow out here in the high desert, so not too much, a little bit, but thanks for letting me rant, guys. Appreciate it. Please stand up for your rights, guys. You know, don't get yourself unalive, but God's judging you by the law you go by. So if you go by this corporate law, you're going to be judged by that law. Just remember that. You know, same thing. If you live by the sword, you die by the sword. So that sword is that law. That's the agape. So be careful, because many of these officers don't know their rights, and they don't know your rights, and they don't know the law. All they know is you're public enemy number one, and they're afraid of you, and that's really unfortunate. If a cop walks up to your car and has his hand on his gun and is worried about you having a gun when he's the one who's armed. So, unfortunately, yeah. This is why I have the issues that I have, guys, because when you stand up to the cops and the farmers and everything, it has its effects. But I'd never, like I said, I'm never going to go back and say, I wish I wouldn't have done that. Just like I'm glad that I showed you guys this map. Okay, so take what information that I gave you and do with it what you want. Okay, I think that. Cool. So I hope that was edifying for you. If any of you guys are serious about coming out this way, bug me on this channel. Get a hold of me. Show some initiative that you don't want to deal with this other things, and then maybe we can make a trip. Like I said, I'm going to try to find some more property out here closer to the woods. I'm quite a ways away from, the major city. There's only a little small township out here. Obviously, nobody's going to come run roughshod on me out here. The cops know me. The district attorney knows me. Everybody in this town knows who I am, and they know I'm not one to be, messed with. So not like I'm a bad guy or anything. I don't have a criminal record, or I don't, you know what I'm saying? So I have a commercial license. I have a CDL. I mean, I'm an upstanding citizen. I haven't broken any laws, guys. So what I do is right and righteous, and I do it for the people in this country, and I do it for the people in the community. It doesn't matter if the people in these communities can't stand me and they hate me, and the people in this country hate me. I'm still going to do what I do. I'm not motivated by what people think of me or what people say about me. I'm motivated by the Holy Spirit that tells me I'm supposed to stand up for my brother and sister and not be silent. Be not partakers in their unfruitful works of darkness, yet expose them. And that's all I'm doing, guys, is what my commander tells me to do. He's my commander. I used to be a military veteran, but I rebuke that now. Now I'm a soldier of God, and I'll continue to fight this fight for him at any cost. If it costs me my life, I would be gladly to give my life for the Father. I will die a martyr's death. That would be the best thing that could ever happen to me. I could die in peace, knowing that I did exactly what I was supposed to do. So if I've done this right, they will rip this flesh from my body, brothers and sisters. They will torture me. They will try to beat every bit of information out of me that they can get. All this information that I hold in my head, I've warned people, you need to make yourself more valuable alive than dead. What do you mean by that, Tracy? If you get enough information in your head and you have enough skill set, they're not going to want to unalive you guys. Actually, they're going to probably want to hook you up to a probe and try to, Operation Paperclip you, They didn't get rid of anybody after World War II, guys. They actually put them up in nice housing and took care of them, and I don't want that, but I'm just saying, you can make yourself more valuable alive than unalive. So try to get to that point. Skill set, make your brain so valuable that they don't want to get rid of you. You guys, I know they watch everything I do. They always have. My son has seen it time after time.
You know, Dad, you talk about something, and 3 days later, I see it on the news. You talk about something about this invention, and a month later, I see it happen. Well, son, come on. I'm a military veteran. They stuck me with everything, and you can imagine. You know, I got chipped when I was in the military. They stuck me with everything. I was a police officer, a veteran. I've had so many different series of shots. I couldn't even tell you what they put in me. So I've tried to tell that to people. Guess what? You can turn your phone off around me, but that's not going to mean you're safe. I wouldn't recommend being anywhere within earshot of me with your phone, because I must be a little antenna, because they can track everything I do. And I've known that forever. And that's never stopped me either, guys. Because I have people, dude, they're so crazy. They've got to have, no, I've seen, watch this. They got to be watching you. They know it, they've seen it. It's incredible. Yeah, so what? You know, that's what I'm talking about, guys. So I'm not special. I'm just a guy I'm just a man. I'm just a regular Joe. I'm different. I'm not better than anybody, or I'm not above anybody, because anything I've ever done just felt like the right thing to do for the people. And again, I joined the military at 17 years old, guys. So obviously I've had some kind of drive to help people, you know, and myself, and have a voice. And I did that as a child. So, and I'm 50 years old now, so I can't stop doing this, and I won't stop doing this. And the only way they're going to stop is to beat the heartbeat out of me. You know, there are some people that are, you know, they're like a turtle. You get them on their back and they're done. They don't have no kick in them. You know what I'm saying? But some people are diehard, you know. They won't just, you can beat the teeth out of them, and they'll pick their teeth back up and put them back in their head. They'll get back up and still keep coming at you. You know, I call that diehard, and not literally physically anymore, but that's how we should be. The adversity should just, you get back up on your horse, you get bucked off, and you ride again. And you deal with the pain, and you suffer through it. And what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. As a military, they told us over and over again that pain is just weakness trying to leave your body, soldier. Carry on. Move out, draw fire. So be a soldier of God, guys, and put on the armor of God, please. And no weapons formed against you will prosper. No fiery darts will penetrate your armor. And you'll feel like you are protected and you're safe, no matter what you do. No matter what you do. Just keep armored up, okay? It's Ephesians. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord. May the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that you be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore I say unto you, take on the whole armor of God. 2 times he tells you to put on that whole armor, brothers and sisters. Put it on. That's that word. Read it. Armor up. That's what you're going to need to fight these battles in the days that are ahead. It's not going to be, sell your cloak and buy a sword. That sword is the word of God. Do not think that I came to bring peace on this earth. I did not come to bring peace, but I came to bring a sword of division that will divide for one who believes and one who does not, right? A man's enemies will be a man of his own household, right? He who loves the father more than me is not worthy of me. He who loves the mother more than me is not worthy of me. He who is not willing to suffer for my name's sake is not worthy of me. He who is not willing to die spiritually, brothers and sisters, is not worthy of me. He who clings to this life is the assurance of eternal destruction. And he who gives this life for my name's sake is the promise of eternal salvation. Eternity with me. Hallelujah. Matthew 10:34-39. Put on that whole armor of God, brothers and sisters. That sword is the word. It divides one who believes and one who does not. Put on that whole armor and make sure that you sell your cloak and buy that sword, okay? It's not a physical sword, brothers and sisters.
Yep, no pain, no gain. There we go. Okay. All right. I'll come back on a little bit if I feel it. I might get caught up in some studying. I really wanted to go back, and I apologize. I had some more of Matthew in here that I wanted to go. I covered what I wanted to cover, but please remember, guys, nobody knows the day or the hour. I'm not picking the day or the hour. And from what I've told you, we got a long way to go. We got years to go until the end of the world, as far as I can see. But we have started sorrows, and you should see the great falling away from the word. You should see everything in that book coming to fruition right now, all the jots and tittles. So what a great time to be a witness. Don't fall asleep now, guys. If I know my Father in heaven, he always saves the best for last. So get ready for the good part. Here it comes. Here it comes. So hang on, hold on. Remember, he said, take heed. So 2012, guys, just for some sweet posts. Okay, thank you. From a Ukrainian soldier. Nice. Well, Ukrainian soldier, Laos, you must be at least 40 years old. Do you guys know that in Ukraine right now, they have taken so many of their young over there? The average fighting age of the soldiers over there is 40 years right now. They have grinded up anybody that's from the age of 1 and 30 right now it's crazy. They take people off the streets right now in Ukraine after 2 days. I'm a military veteran, and they've even shortened the training in America. It's 8 weeks of basic training, and however advanced training that you have for advanced. They're taking people after I don't even want to say it, it's sickening, guys, and then putting them in the meat grinder. So they have destroyed a whole generation of people in Ukraine. It's incredible on what they've done to that nation. It just destroyed a nation, guys, and women too over there. They're taking women and putting them on the front lines, guys, in Ukraine. It is sickening what is going on over there in that country right now. Nonsense. Both countries need to stand down. It's just hard to watch. I've been watching Ukraine since. I've not forgotten, and I don't want to go off on this, but I have not forgotten what Mr. Putin sat there, and I'm not on either side, guys. I don't take sides on this. And all this talk about how, the Ukrainians were getting along with the Russians, and if you've forgotten what the Russians had done to that nation of Ukraine before Mr. Putin ever talked about what they did to that nation. Yeah, the Russians. And I'm not for either. I don't agree what either nation has done. I think both nations need to stand down. There's been enough Russian lives lost, and there's been enough Ukrainian lives lost. It's an American war is what it is. Don't fool yourself. They've been fighting American, all kinds of stuff. We've been involved over there. They've been trying to get people to pay attention since 2014. Way before then. But I have been blowing the horn so loud about Ukraine, about the Donetsk agreement, that now the Ukrainian people never asked for that. See what I'm saying, guys? These Ukrainian people are losing their lives, not the politicians. And that's what's going to happen in all these countries. The politicians don't lose their lives. You notice Zelensky he's not losing his life, is he? He's out there every day, the actor. Remember the guy who played the piano with his panga? Never forget who that guy is, too. Never forget Putin's KGB. They're all in on it, guys. The thing that sucks is all the lives lost. Innocent women and children. Men. All the best of that we've got. The best of Ukraine is gone, guys. The ages between 1 and 30 are gone. That's sickening. That hurts my heart because I'm a veteran and I know I'm responsible for that crap.
And it's not going to stop over there until they've grinded up every single Ukrainian and Russian man and woman between the ages. Like I said, you guys, they can't even put people on the front lines of Ukraine right now. The average age is 40 years old. And remember, many of the people in Ukraine speak Russian. So a lot of them, I don't even think, want to be fighting. You guys, if you're the ages between 1 and 60 right now, you cannot leave the nation of Ukraine. They have suspended anybody from the age of 18 to 60 years old. You cannot leave the country. And they're driving down the streets, pulling people off the streets out of their houses. Like I said, they gave them what, two days, 2 weeks? I don't know what it was. It's just a couple weeks, I think. That's it. And then they're on the front lines into the meat grinder. So I have just been sickened by both of those nations on what they've done to their people. The governments. There's good people in Russia. There's good people in Ukraine. There's good people in Poland, Europe, Finland, France. I don't care where you go. There's good people all over the world. But these governments send the best of the best. Would you send your kids right over now? They're running. Ask yourself this, as an American, with what I just told you. They cannot let they will not let, and there's American soldiers over there right now. The same crap that happened in Vietnam. They're, what do they call them, or whatever. They're advisors or something. It's sickening. But would you send your kids to Ukraine right now? There's hardly anybody of fighting age left in that country. You can put a fork in it, it's done. I don't care what the Ukrainian people think. I don't care what the Russian people think. I've watched this now. Would you send your children to go fight that war for America to Ukraine? Would you send your daughter or your child right now? Would you send them over there to fight that war? Yes, Biden and Trump are related. There's nobody that's ever been good. I mean, I don't understand. Why would we send the best of the best? So I feel bad over there, guys, because those people in Ukraine don't have no choice. They don't. The governments are literally going and dragging them out of their houses. You're out on the streets, they're going to take you to war. So thanks for coming in. Whoever that was, Ukrainian soldier, bless you. I hope that you can figure out a way to, I hope you end up, on the other side of this somehow, some way. And I don't know how much longer it would be. I can't imagine how it feels to be a Ukrainian soldier right now, guys. Bless you. Stand down if you can. Stand down if you can. You didn't start this war. And you're probably not going to be able to end it by yourself. So I don't understand why people are, I really wish that all these nations would stand down. What we've done over there is an apostasy to God. That is not what God does not like us. War does not decide who's right, but who's left. That's all wars decide, guys. These are politician banksters wars. Trust me, I don't think most of those Ukrainian people who lost their lives wanted to be on those front lines. I don't think so, guys. I don't think so. That's what, that's what I'm saying. If these banksters and politicians want these wars so bad, you guys go fight them, you politicians, you banksters. You guys go find an island or something to fight on. Us civilians, we're tired of this crap. We're tired of your banksters wars. You guys sell bullets and Band-Aids. We figured it out. You funded Adolf and put him in there. He was Time Magazine's Man of the Year. He was popular, and you put him in there. You funded both sides of the war. Vietnam, same thing. World War I, same thing. World War II, same thing. It's always the same thing. They make money on both sides, guys. And then the people, the finest of our countries, end up losing their lives. How in the heck are we allowing this to continue? The best of the best that we have in our nations. ages 18 to 30. I'm not saying that people are, you're supposed to get better with wine. These guys, sorry for us old people, but you guys, that is our children that we're sending to these wars. Why have we ever allowed us to send the best that we have to these wars? To just grind them up like meat. So I say, all nations, stand down. Stand down. Stop these wars. These are bankers' wars. Give a man a gun and he'll rob a bank. Give a man a bank and he'll rob the world. That's what we see happening here. Remember what Gerald Celente said. Trends in the news. Economic forecaster. He says, when all else fails, they take you to war. Here we are. And let's hide behind bombs so they can. Yeah, and they all sit there. And you guys, look at these soldiers now. Do you realize the average lifespan on the battlefield right now for a soldier is something like, with this modern technology, like 30 minutes or something? It's not even that long. All these people sit behind, a desk with a joystick now and drone everybody now. That's how they don't even have, no hand-to-hand combat, no machetes, they literally sit behind a computer screen and fight these wars, guys. This is getting ridiculous. So I don't think it'd be too much longer before they send out their robotics. And if you know anybody supports war, tell them what I told you. Our founding fathers said no foreign entanglements. Bring all these troops home. All of them. Bring them all home. I don't want no troops in nowhere in the world as an American. There's 800 military bases. I am running for president for 2024. I'll be your president. I'll bring home all the militaries, all of them. I said, remember earlier, we'll put the Navy all along the coastlines, all the way up there in Russia. Semper Fi, hoorah, tip of the spear. Marines, they go on the border. They love being right on the edge of the line, right at the tip, right on the front line. The Marines go right up front. We put the Army right along with them. Our Coast Guard will be out there with the Navy. The Air Force is patrolling all our skies. What a safe America we got, guys. What a safe America. No more border problem, guys. No more border problem. Border problem solved. No more governors going to the border. Border problem solved. Budget, military budget, we've been spending way too much. Solved. No foreign entanglements, just like our father said. Bring all these troops home. I will abolish the federal government as soon as I'm elected president. Pretended. They pretended of this here divided states of America. I will abolish the federal government and I will shut down the Federal Reserve, the central banks. They'll all be closed. No more central banks. All the money will be issued back in silver and gold, just like it should be, like it says in our Constitution that it's supposed to be issued by the Treasury in silver and gold without interest. What they're doing is illegal, and I will abolish that. Not be like Mr. Trump and say that I'm going to audit the Fed and then have a special investigation and have Hillary Clinton put in prison and then have her sit 3 bodies away from me at my inaugural dinner. I'll lock up every one of these politicians. That's right, everyone that's ever served, and all these police officers are going to jail too for enforcing corporate law, capital letter law, enforcing straw man law on the American public. So get ready, you law enforcement officers, you little shiny bracelets. You're going to be wearing them, and you're going to be feeling those cold steel bars soon. Yep, you tyrants and everybody that works in the... You guys want to know why nothing happens in America? Because 40% of the people in America work for the government. That's right, and they keep adding more jobs. Oh, private contractors, federal, state, yes, they work for the government. That's why nothing happens in America. That's your answer why nothing happens. Because 40% of Americans work for subcontractor or for the government in one way or another. You're a bunch of bootlickers. If you work for the government, stand down, unfollow me. I can't stand people who work for the government either. I don't care if you change tires and you're a cog pin puller or whatever you do for the government. You're a tyrant. Stand down, quit your job, go find a homestead and go get some skill set. Stop feeding this beast system. So as your 47th pretendant of this here divided states of America, I will abolish the federal government. I'll return all the federal buildings to the state. And we'll go back and we'll abolish all these codes, ordinance, and mandates. That's right. As your 47th pretendant of this here divided states of America, I will go back to the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and the Bill of Rights. That is the law in America. Oh, that's a crazy idea. That'll never work. What do you think, guys? I think I got a chance. Well, that's what I would do. And I think a chicken or a donkey or a pig or whatever. Hey, you know what, guys? If you're tired of the Democrats and the Republicans, if you're tired of the donkey and you're tired of the elephant, try the Lamb of God. That's right. And we'll put the word of God back in our schools, right? So these children can learn the Holy Spirit, the Ruach HaKodesh from a young age. Nobody would vote for me, guys. There's like, that's too wild in this country. Like, wow, this guy's a nutbag. Look at him in his cowboy hat there looking like, what do people come in here all the time? They call me that one guy. I don't know. I always get a bunch of names. Sometimes I can't wear my hat because people get a little too sidetracked. So I have to wear my beanie because people just lose their minds sometimes. But I'm glad we're not getting the nonsense here. But yep, Democrats and Republicans. That's right. You know, divide and conquer. That's all they are. Red team, blue team. Nothing's changed but the weather. We played the same game as kids, guys. So, all right, guys. Much love. Let me finish this one off. If I don't come back on before the end of the night, I sure appreciate it. Thanks for letting me rant here. Get this off my chest. I feel better. I feel like you guys really listened to some of the stuff that I was saying earlier about these overlay maps. If you're serious about relocating, get a hold of me. I've got plenty of food. I have shelter out here. I've got water. I've got thousands of gallons of water stored. I'm prepared for, the things that are to come. Okay. Oh, cool. There he is. He was here the whole time. All right. He said he was going to be sneaking around in the background. So thank you, son, brother, mother, for coming in and watching it. I might jump back on here, but I think I'm going to get something to eat. I got to let the dogs in here. They're outside. I didn't realize I left them outside this long. So it's snowing out there. They're going to probably be all snowy, but you can hit up my Cash App if you want to make a donation and support this ministry, support what I do out here. It's not required. I'll always keep coming back in and giving you this message, no charge on that. Trust you me. It's my gift to you. Hopefully you could take something from this of some value. And please be wise, Maranatha, until Christ returns. Okay. Have your lamps burning bright. Remember, he tells us if the eye is filled with light, the whole lamp is filled, with light. So if your eye is filled with darkness, then your whole lamp is filled with darkness. So fill that lamp up with that light, guys. And he is the light. He said, I am the Hados. I am the way. That means to be in the same narrow way as Christ, the Hados. I am the Aletheia, the truth, and I am the Horizo, which is the light. So fill that lamp up. Have your oil full, and make sure you're putting up extra oil because people may need it, brothers, sisters. I plan on giving away extra oil. I don't want to turn down people if I can help it. That's what my plan is. So if you'd like to see what I'm doing, I'm planning on having abundance. You know what I'm saying? Abundance, not just what I need, extras. I have extras for people already. So hopefully one day I'll be able to give these gifts away that I've been, trying to plan to, for quite some time to help other people. So if that day comes, I'm ready. And I hope that you're ready as well. If you want to come out here and be a part of this, let me know. And again, if you want to support my ministry and the gospel here, there is a Cash App in my description as well as the PayPal link. I got a P.O. box if you want to send cash. I don't know what. I had somebody send me cash once. They sent me a $10 bill. It was pretty awesome. I didn't expect that showed up in a letter. It's pretty neat. pretty risky to send cash through the mail these days. But anyways, not required, but the predestination link, and I apologize for asking, guys, but I got robbed. You know, I got all my credit cards drained. So I dropped my wallet, somebody picked it up and drained it all out. So hopefully I'll make it through this month. I've got almost one of the land payments paid. So I've got about another $450 here. I did put my generator up for sale. So cross your fingers. No, I don't believe in NUC. So I take that back. Maybe the generator will sell. I put my Honda generator up. So I didn't get any hits on it today. I was really hoping I get something, you know, some kind of message or something, but nothing yet. Don't want to sell it, but I'll do whatever I have to do to get through this month. And then I think once this weather breaks here next month, I'll be on my way. And I won't have to mention financing or anything anymore with anybody financing my finances. But anyways, much love. I appreciate everybody who has donated in the past. Dispersing weights, give me a few cash apps that really helped. I was able to get home from being over my son's place. I bought him some lunch and myself some lunch and got the car back over here that I went to go pick up from him. And so blessings from dispersing weight. And then he paid the phone bill for me. This live stream's sponsored by DSW. He's not in here right now, but he gave me a $50 PayPal, and I was able to transfer that over to my Cash App. So we were able to keep this leaf. He said it's from God. When he said to me, he said that this is a gift from the Lord. And so to just keep that's what he told me. Just keep preaching, Tracy. Just keep teaching and keep doing what you're doing. So I appreciate people who support my work. I really do. I love coming on here and having you guys to fall back on, because it gets quite lonely out here. It's just me and God and the puppies. So let me get to my puppies and get back to the Most High. I don't want to thank him for such a wonderful stream here. He really has blessed me, guys. This channel is so much better than the TikTok platform. It really is. I can speak much more freely, and I feel like a much more. I feel like I'm talking to you guys on the other end here. I feel like you guys are there. I feel a little bit of a disattachment. Just TikTok's kind of a different platform, but I feel like I'm talking to you guys on the other end, and I'm not just speaking to these walls behind me. So thank you for your time this evening. And if I don't come back on here, bless you, and stay in the word, put on that armor. As I told you in the book of Ephesians 6:11, he tells us 2 times to put on that armor. So stay in the word and get a hold of me. If you think something's drawing out to you, go watch that overlay map, please. And if something calls out to you, I got room for you out here. Okay. We can drop some paperwork so everything's legal. I don't want anybody to get themselves in a bad position. So much blessings, and always agape.